And we're live. Let's go. That's pretty good. That's good. I'm just gonna get my notes pulled up. I'm sure we're gonna get some lore drops very soon. Ramiro, Zaref, Zaza, Justin, how's it going, guys? How you guys doing? Yo, let's volume 3 ending. Hell yeah, Pushkar, let's fucking get it. Plague, how's it going, man? How you doing? Shido, Milosh, how's it going, everyone? Kami. Alright, we're gonna get started in like 10 minutes. Audio should be pretty good today, but if it's if the music's too loud or something, please let me know. I finished volume 1. Oh shit, Shido, how was it, man? Zinni, how's it going? Captain Panda, hello. Shido, yes, how was the ending of volume 1? That was horrifying. Just wondering, did you see the 30-minute Unreal 5 trailer? Whoa, I did not Plague. What? Wait, what? DSV, how's it going, man? No, I did not reach for... Fuck, what? A 30-minute thing? LOTM game... gameplay... I finally reached chapter 400. Oh shit, Zeddy, that's awesome, man. Oh, there's an old... No, I don't think I've seen that. No, I don't think so. I don't know where the fuck it is. Oh, for fuck's sakes, whatever. I don't know how I made it to stream, but I did. Through the Fool, all is possible, Nagito. Don't even worry about it. Did I miss it? Am I fucking... Am I stupid? Alright, whatever, it's fine. Thank you, Romero. Are you alright? Tintin's Old Dream. I don't think I've seen this. I want to just yank this up really quickly. You guys can hear it. Yark, how's it going? This looks real. Oh, okay, so it's like a first-person POV. Oh, shit. Whoa, that looks so cool. Dr. Z, it's so good to have you back. How you doing? Yes, Shido, it definitely is. I still remember... Like, if you get a chance, check out the VOD for the Volume 1 ending. Holy fuck, I was distraught. I can't even explain to you what was, like, everything that was happening. It was so messed up. Jesus Christ. Our Seer. Oh, that's so cool. Divination Club. God, that looks beautiful. VOD is I honestly don't know. Video on demand, is that what it stands for? I don't know. But it's basically like the older live streams. Like check that out. Like if you have a second to check that out. Holy fuck. Alright, sounds good, Nagito. That divination, that like crystal ball looks so good. What the fuck? Lurkin, how's it going? That looks so cool. Hope you enjoy the ending. I'll watch it when I'm finished with exams. Alright, sounds good, Callan. How long are your fucking exams? I feel like you've been doing exams for so long. 30-minute version as voice acting? Oh, I'll definitely check that out then. That sounds trust. Okay, let's try trust. Very good. So T-U-R... No. T-H-U... I was thinking thrust, but that's too many letters. Yeah, because I don't want you to stick around for this stream, Shido, as much as I would obviously want to have you, but truth wouldn't work, Zareth, just because TRU. So even if this and then H isn't in that place either, so start with walls closing and then swap to devil trigger. I'll tell you when. All right, thanks, Kami. So Thrum. What the fuck is Thrum? I didn't. Okay, you gave me. So I'm not going to count that one as a win because you gave it to me. What the fuck is Thrum? I was at TH, and then I don't know what I was thinking, but okay, it's fine. All right, thank you, Zaza. Start with the walls closing it. Okay, let me just get that pulled up. We'll get started in like 5 minutes, guys. So if you guys need to run out, make some coffee, do anything really quickly, feel free. Try if it gets claimed. Alright, sounds good, Kami. Where's the walls closing it? There it is. Okay. Alright. The fuck is Thrum? I don't know what that... You already know about mystical forms, right? Do you still think devil is cool? All form? Do I? Wait, do other... I saw your message about this, Dr. Z, but I didn't have a chance to click on what time you were talking about. What other forms do... like other things have, other pathways have. Shadow. Oh yeah, I know what you mean, dude. I still miss Captain Dunn to this day. To this day. Random life update, but I might be like Dr. Z and end up being a pharmacist by next month, gang. Oh, that's pretty cool, York. That's awesome, man. None revealed yet? Oh, okay. No, because she Dr. Z was watching through all the VODs, so like I would see her comment every now and then. I didn't know which one she was referring to. Prisoners turn into different monsters? I guess. Okay, let's just... Oh, but they exist? Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, that definitely changes stuff, because the only one I knew of offhand was... the devil form, and I was like, dude, devil triggers are awesome as fuck. I'm totally here for it. I can't wait to hear Baka-sama. I hope that's not... I mean, is that what it's going to translate into? I hope not. Port? No. Progressive? Pursuit? Flash? Euphoria? Yeah, are you graduating, Eric? That's a good question. Remaining... Already did? Oh, good for you, man. That's awesome. This year? No, life bulletin board. Happiness departed. Flash. Good lord, this is horrible. I don't get anything today. Happiness. The Fool tarot card is Gusha. Okay, so it probably shouldn't be Baka-sama. Okay, I sure hope not. That would sound silly as fuck to me. Progressive. Port. Kami, don't pick on me. It's bad timing. Departed. Flash. Nightwalker. How's it going, man? Gusha-sama. Geisha-sama. Thank God it's not Baka-sama. I know, that sounds silly as fuck, right? Liberty. Life, liberty, and happiness. The pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. Okay. Okay, we got one. Okay, I can, even if I fail now, we're good. We're good. I think I got a pretty cool one, okay? I like that. I am sleepless. I didn't sleep last night too. Why? I'm not American, but I did get it. I mean, I'm close enough. I'm Canadian, but still. Remaining. I'm watching you on TV. All right, that's cool to know, Nagito. I'm sure so is Justin, probably. In Portuguese, full is tolo, but the translation may change it to more traditional of the full loco, which disappoints me a little. Luoco. Oh, that's like similar to like crazy, which is loco, right? I mean, I don't know if it's loco in Portuguese as well. I know it is in Spanish, but... Remaining. Succession. Nah, you gotta be on VC. No, I gotta be on VC on PC this time. Oh, I see. Okay. Hope more will come. Alright, thanks, Khaled. Alright, I'll see you, buddy. Entourage. Succession. Insecure. Tolo means fool, foolish person. Loco means madman, crazy. Ah, okay, cool. Entourage. Succession. Succession. What the fuck? Insecure. No. Remaining. Departed. Fuck. I was thinking like dead. I was thinking like people who pass away. Dearly departed. Remaining. Succession. I don't know what the fuck entourage would be in that scenario though. Alright, it's 12. Fuck it. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. We're finishing volume 3 today. Let's fucking go. I'm still gonna pursue a degree in pharmacy. I'm not working yet. Pre-graduating. Still working in my country. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking get it, boys. This is gonna be the first this is gonna be the first volume that we enter before Easy does. Let's fucking go. Am I enough of an asshole to keep track? Yes, I am, baby. Let's go. Alright, let's go. Alright, let's get it. Chapter 725. Morning. Ooh. Alright, Nightwalker, I'm going to still hold you to the same duty, okay? I'm going to need you to tell me when I forgot to change the title, okay? And volume number, okay? Let's go. Okay. Upon seeing the messenger disappear, Klein thought of the demigods he could contact on short notice, but he realized there weren't any. All he could do was turn his attention onto what he should do next. How come you already streamed for 13 minutes? Oh, Thunder, I always go live about 15 minutes before the scheduled time, but we don't start reading until the scheduled time. I just, I do Wordle, I do connections. If we have time, we'll do, like, other daily games and stuff, but, like, just to, you know, let some people pile in and stuff. That's it. Do your best. No, motherfucker, how about you do your best to remind me, bitch? Let's go. Okay. The citywide broadcast should have made Sea King Jan Kottman not only find Helmusine, but he would also do his best to search for the sea god and traces of his believer. It's best to be detected if I leave in the middle of the night. So I can only choose to stay here until daybreak. I can't take that ship tomorrow. If I encounter an attack midway, I might affect everyone on the ship. Furthermore, it's still not discreet enough. I can summon an undersea creature and leave by riding it. I can rest and switch rides on the deserted island and reefs along the way until I arrive at the next port. Since Orange Light said that the unique trait can only be detected at close range, it still won't exceed the size of a city, even if Mother Tree of Desire tries to expand her perception range to find me via a ritual or her believers. It might not even be limited to the size of a particular street. This is also why I encountered a trap when I arrived in Oravi. As long as I leave Bayam, I should be able to escape from their gaze. While Klein's thoughts gradually turned clear, he heard a signal from the radio transceiver. He hurriedly went over and quickly jotted it down. Then with the codebook, he transcribed the corresponding words into a single sentence. I see you. When Klein read those words, he felt a chill run through his heart. Ooh, is it Mother Tree of Desire? Who is this? Bayam, in an ordinary residence not far from the Governor General's office. In a spacious basement, there were candles silently burning, scattering their dim glow around their surroundings. Silver Coin Viper Odor had already taken off his hooded robe. He looked at the middle-aged man opposite him as he trembled. He said with a quivering voice, Lord Senor, I don't know how Helmusin's real hiding place was known by others as well. Senor wore an old triangular hat. His eye sockets were recessed, and his face was shockingly pale. He looked more like an evil spirit than a human. Triangular hat? Didn't Crazy Captain Connors also wear a triangular hat? He raised his hand to stroke the two black mustaches above his lips as his light brown eyes coldly swept over Odor's face. In response, the well-known adventurer couldn't help but lower his head. Could the Crazy Captain Connor still be alive? And the one that we saw dead was just like a... They're popular with pirates? Okay, I thought maybe Crazy Captain Connor was still alive, and what. It's very basic. Okay. After observing him for a few seconds, the Admiral of Blood, in his white trousers and red coat, said in a deep voice, less than 3 minutes after that telegram was sent, it was spread across the entire city, and the message spread was part of a telegram. I suspect that another faction has begun paying notice to radio transmissions, and they obtained our code book from Old Quinn. Yes, that has to be the case, Odor echoed, hoping that the Admiral of Blood wouldn't pin the loss on him. He knew very well that this pirate was cruel to subordinates who made mistakes. Senor swept his gaze at Odor and sneered, Regardless, you failed. If not for you and your mistress giving me plenty of joy, I would have gotten you to dig out your intestines. You and your mistress? I mean, I'm not judging. You do you, man, but goddamn. Alright. Send a telegram. Tell that listener who might or might not exist that I can see him. Let him spend the night in horror and unease. This is the only thing you need to do now. He doesn't even know. He's literally like, just scare him. Fuck it. We'll see what happens. Upon hearing that, Odor immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, Lord Senor. He felt that he would have become part of the sacrificial items just moments ago. I'm on phone, so I'll need people to help me for music change until the next chapter. Alright. Wow, that tastes really good. Then the curtain seemed to possess life as they rolled up on both sides, smoothly forming a knot and landing in the middle of the altar. No, hold on. I just skipped like 3 sentences. Hold on. After Odor retreated out of the basement, Senor turned his head to look out the altar, covered with human heads, organs, limbs, and blood. He said in a manner even more reverent than how Odor treated him, Lord Shanks, has the ritual succeeded? Lord Shanks! No! Shanks isn't this cruel! How could you do this, Cuttlefish? No! Yes, all that's left is to wait for God to respond. A cold, unfeeling voice sounded from the drooping curtains. Then the curtain seemed to possess life as they rolled up on both sides, smoothly forming a knot before landing in the middle of the altar. A somewhat translucent figure appeared by the side of the altar at some point in time. His skin was slightly brown, and his wrinkles formed deep crevices. His white, thinned hair, no, his hair is red, goddammit, was like leaves in autumn. It was as though they had lived for many, many years. Is this the high sequence Beyonder? That was on the Captain Connor ship? He humbly fixed his gaze at the candlelight with his brown eyes. Senor didn't say a word as he stood beside Lord Shanks. I think you mean King of the Sea Shanks, but whatever. Sorry, I'm going to keep making One Piece jokes. Waiting for his changes to happen at the altar. Suddenly, the candle flame was dyed with all kinds of color. Each color seemed to correspond to different desires of an observer. The head, organs, limbs, blood on the altar moved by themselves as they stacked together, forming the state of a melted candle. Before long, they formed a tree of flesh and blood that wasn't too tall. Its surface was uneven, resembling the shell of a walnut. The interior of the tree of flesh and blood seemed to have heart beating forcefully with strength. Mezzo, how's it going? Sleep is for the weak, brother. No shot. The interior... when Senor was about to succumb to the din, the tree of flesh and blood instantly withered, rotting into slosh and collapsing. Tree of flesh and blood, so this is Mother Tree of Desire. There was a tiny, flesh-colored, moist, sticky ball left behind. That's also Mother Tree of Desire. Soon, the tiny ball grew 4 limbs and a head, turning into a palm-sized humanoid creature. Its face didn't have eyes, nose, ears, other than a pinhole-like mouth. In its mouth, grayish-white fog spewed out before converging back in. It repeated several times without stopping. What the fuck is this thing? Who needs sleep if you can fall down the stairs? The elder named Shanks devoutly and passionately chanted the name Mother Tree of Desire and reached out to grab the strange figure. Silently, all the candlelights were extinguished, but to a wraith who had night vision, this didn't affect him long from seeing things. Senor observed Shanks and heard this important figure say in a deep voice, "We've long prepared for this ritual, and God's grace can help us sense the existence of the target through a wider range." Oh, they're trying to use a god to like pinpoint Klein's location. This is cooked. Next, we can use the glasses made by the Life School of Thought to accurately locate him. As he spoke, Shanks took out a monocle from his inner pocket. It didn't look any different from a normal monocle, but it coruscated with a pearly white luster in the darkness. Loki, how's it going, man? How you doing? You're like 10 minutes. We started reading about 10 minutes ago. Not much at all. Lord Shanks, what do we do next? Senor asked, respectfully. Monocle? Amon? Coincidence? The wrinkled Shanks thought for a few seconds and said, "Seek out the target after daybreak. If he has powerful helpers, we will monitor him and prevent him from leaving our detection range, then wait patiently for Lord Sua's arrival." Are we about to get a fucking demigod fight for the first time ever? Because I'm going to assume this Lord Sua is a demigod, almost certainly. I'm assuming this Lord Shanks is a demigod. We obviously have Jan Kotman here. There might be like a third or fourth. There might be like a fourth Beyonder from the military or something here. Then we wait patient for Lord Sua's arrival. Lord Sua, part of the Mother Tree of Desire? Sure. Hold on. Rose School of Thought. Lord Sua. That's an interesting name. Write those names down under Rose School of Thought. Already did. If Shanks is a demigod and calls Sua a lord, what sequence do you think Sua is? Sua's probably an angel then, right? Because I would assume like a sequence 4 wouldn't call a sequence 3 lord. He would just be like, Sua's coming, you know. We're good. but a demigod to a saint to an angel is still like a big jump, so I would assume... If he doesn't have any guardians and is weak himself, then we should take direct action directly. After hearing the word Suwa, the corner of Senor's forehead twitched as though it was a mere mention of this figure left him apprehensive. He slowly took a deep breath and said, "Yes, Lord Shanks." Demigod is 4 to 1, yeah. But 1 to 2 is angel, 3 and 4 to saint, 3 to 4 is saint, right? After answering, Senor instinctively touched the necklace by his chest. The necklace seemed to be made of pure silver, and the pendant looked like an ancient coin. Klein, who didn't get much sleep for the rest of the night due to the fright from receiving the telegram, instantly sacrificed his suitcase, wallet, and most of his cash to the mysterious space above the grey fog. After clearing up his tracks, he went to the front desk to check out. He rode a carriage to the borders of Bayam, left the city, and climbed through the mountains as though he was heading for a cemetery prepared for locals. Midway through his journey, he suddenly took a detour into the woods and planned on walking straight to the cliffs where a massive undersea creature was waiting for him. Yes, just run. Get out of here. Oh god. The birds chirped and the insects buzzed in the woods as critters would occasionally scuttle by. Klein walked through the humic material-covered grounds at high speed. Along the way, he saw mushrooms growing after the rain, torn cloth, and rubbish which the Bayam residents had left behind after a picnic. Everything seemed so serene alongside the fresh morning altar. A leaf fluttered down as Klein didn't stop and easily dodged it. Are you saying Lord of the Mysteries copied name? I'm not saying it copied names, Mr. Loki. I'm saying Cuttlefish has been a fan of Oda and of One Piece, so, you know, he took some inspiration. That's totally okay. And Gearman, you know, Gearman Sparrow. Amnesiac, it has been a while, man. How you doing? Everything seemed so serene alongside the fresh morning air. A leaf fluttered down as Klein didn't stop and easily dodged it. Not saying to you, oh, I say sorry. At that moment, the leaf sped up and did a surprising bend, clinging to him in between his lips and nose. It was like an adult's palm that clasped his mouth and nose tightly, making it impossible for him to breathe. Wait, do I change music now? Kami? Wait. I need someone to guide me. Is it devil trigger time now? No, next trigger. Okay. The surrounding trees had their branches fall off as they shot at Klein like sharp arrows, and the rubbish left behind from the picnic received a life of its own. They formed an airtight net as they came looming over. 7:26. Preparations are very important. Ooh. Yes, that was the end of the chapter. Okay, we'll just move that down here for now. Alright, let's go. Swap song when Klein pulls out his gun. Alright, sounds good, Kami. Let me just get Devil Trigger ready. Wait, it said the video's been removed by uploader. Kami, what the fuck? It said video's unavailable. What? Okay. Take a random one on YouTube then? Alright. Alright. Devil Trigger. DMC 5 music. Okay, let's go. Okay, sorry. Let's go. Okay. Suddenly, Klein had a familiar feeling. It felt like every tree, every leaf, every rock, and every blade of grass wanted him dead. Upon seeing the rubbish comprising of fragments and papers lunge at him in a strange web, his body suddenly collapsed into a paper figurine. The arrow-like branches impaled the paper figurine and landed at a distance. As for the strange net, it immediately enveloped everything into a ball as he gently squirmed. Klein's body appeared to the side about 8 meters away. He knew that the attack he was worried about had finally descended upon him. Feeling Klein has? You have it in your notes? Oh, like a feeling of dread or whatever, right? Yeah, I think I have this in the notes. I don't remember it offhand, but yeah, I think I have this in the notes. He didn't make any observations or show any hesitation. Raising his right palm, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the adventurer's harmonica. The situation he had encountered had made him realize that the attacker was likely a demigod from the Rose School of Thought. It was an enemy he was currently unable to defend against. The one who had been pursuing Sharon back then gave him a similar feeling. Oh, a demigod of the prisoner pathway. Okay. At this moment, the paper figurine in Klein's pocket suddenly flew out as they plastered over his face, one after another, layer after layer. At this moment, Klein's sleeves automatically tightened as they bound both his arms, preventing his palms from reaching down. Oh shit. His Taraba shirt and brown jacket were tightening like a bear giving him a hug. In seconds, he was bound on the spot by his clothes, trousers, and shoes. His face was covered with paper figurines, as his ribs were on the brink of fracturing. He found it abnormally difficult to breathe. Yeah, no shit, motherfucker. You have paper covering your mouth. Klein was mentally prepared and was equipped with rich combat experience, so he didn't panic. His right thumb and middle finger weren't affected. They touched each other as he snapped his fingers. At his ham, scarlet flames instantly soared, burning the tightly bound trousers clean before spreading upwards and downwards. Seizing this opportunity, Klein bent his knees and jumped with great difficulty, like a cannonball that weakly fell to the ground. Moments after being launched, he lunged to his right. Oh, let's go, Klein, let's go! Oh, he's prepared! My fucking go! Let's go! How is he prepared for everything? Couldn't fucking tell you though. Klein's running naked now? Hell yeah. Listen, if I'm fighting like a commando, I'm going commando, okay, Kami? That's what I say. Calvin, how's it going, man? In midair, he snapped his fingers again. This time, the sleeve by his right arm joint was ignited. As for the spot where he was originally standing, the green weed suddenly withered as the blackened ground suddenly turned white, as if he had been weathered by the elements. This attack was silent and deadly, without any forewarning. Klein knew that his enemy was powerful, and that staying in the same spot would likely result in him suffering another attack he couldn't resist. He had removed the influence on his legs, by removing the pants on his legs. If he hadn't done so, he would have already been heavily injured and lose the ability to fight. He might have even perished. With a smacking sound, 2 spots around Klein's sleeves ignited. His right palm finally had the freedom to move as he reached into his pocket and grabbed the adventurer's harmonica. How the fuck is he gonna pay 10,000 pounds to the lady? I mean, again, money is not really an issue for him anymore, but that's still funny as fuck. He fell to the ground, rolling as he immediately stopped himself with his right hand to bounce up. His left palm, which wore a human-skin glove, snapped its fingers. This time, his target was the paper figurine that were plastered over his face to prevent him from breathing. The paper figurine burned up as a scarlet tongue of fire burned Klein's hair. At that moment, he can pay in installments, it's fine. The paper figurine burned up as the scarlet tongues of fire burned Klein's hair. At that moment, a scene flashed in Klein's mind. An icicle had formed and was speeding right for his head, like a thin, gloomy green arrow. Green arrow? Like the DC superhero? Hell yeah. Due to its speed, it was translucent itself, making it almost impossible to discover. But even though Klein's danger premonition was triggered, it was too late. This was because his clothes were still affecting his mobility. It It was too late for him to dodge. A thought flashed through his mind as he barely bent his back. His upper torso was bent, and he moved significantly to his right. The thin, cold ice arrow struck at his left chest, instantly shattering the brown jacket and white round collar shirt which were located there as he scattered into the wind. However, this lethal ice arrow didn't continue heading forward. This was because in its way was a book with a dark brown cover. Let's go! Use the ability of a god as a mini shield. Hell yeah. Love that. The book appeared ordinary, but it was bound in a book with commonly seen yellowish-brown goatskin, but it didn't shatter like the two pieces of clothing. There wasn't even a hole pricked open. Grozel's Travel. This was an item that even the sea god Scepter's lightning storm, imbued with the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, had failed to damage. The Dragon of Imagination could never imagine that. Exactly. He's like, he has infinite imaginative ability, but he couldn't imagine that his fucking plaything would be used as a fucking would be used as a shield. Last night, the telegram of "I see you" gave Klein such a fright that he undoubtedly reinforced his protective countermeasures. He prepared every method he could think of. Apart from hiding the book at his vital spot, his other pocket had his iron cigar case, which stored the influence of the corrupted true creator. Once things went bad, he would dispel the wall of spirituality and throw out the item, and see if it would draw the attention of the true creator. He hoped that he would send his powerful subordinate to make the situation even more chaotic. Oh my god, are we gonna get a fight? Okay, I feel like we're gonna get a fight between Rose School of Thought's Demigod, Mr. Suo, whatever the fuck. We're gonna get someone from the true creator, just like a demigod or some shit out of his fucking mind, and we're gonna get a fight between Jan Kottman. Holy shit, that would be awesome. And then they all start fighting, and then they're all like staring at each other like the Spider-Man meme. And Klein is like, "All right, I'm gonna just fuck it. I'm gonna head out. All right, you guys have fun, though." He knew that even evil gods like the true creator hated the Mother Tree of Desire. Get ready to rumble! Hell yeah. After withstanding the ice arrow, Klein fell to the ground while somersaulting to the side. He then brought the adventurer's harmonica to his lips and blew hard into it. At that moment, his face was turning a little black due to the burning of the paper figurines, but due to his flame controlling, he wasn't injured. He felt that the clothes on his left arm, waist, thigh, neck, and legs were restored to normal, giving him newfound freedom. At that moment, he blew into his harmonica. He quickly activated his spirit vision. He saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void. With 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand, they automatically turned and stared at the same spot. And Miss Messenger! 4 demigods fighting! I feel like Miss Messenger loses, though, in that fight. I don't know how strong she is, I acknowledge that. I know she's a demigod, but I feel like Jan Kottman is like, at least how much they've been hyping this fucking guy up, he better be able to do some really cool shit, okay? If Jan Kottman comes in here and he's like as strong as Miss Messenger, cooked. One of the heads grunted as it opened its mouth and began drawing in air. A cold wind hummed as a figure was forcibly pulled out from a green tree 100 meters away from Klein. Jan is revealed to be yeah, we know he's a sequence 3 king of the sea. Yeah, that's what I just mean. I mean, like, Jan Kottman better be stronger than Miss Messenger, okay? If he's as strong as Raynette Tynkar, that's cooked. This figure failed to maintain his difficult to detect state as he rapidly turned half translucent and half corporeal. He had wrinkled elder white thin hair. Shanks? His facial features had the trait of the people of the southern continent. Just as his brown eyes reflected Raynette Tynkar, her brows pricked up. Then, he didn't hesitate to open his mouth as though he was about to deliver an extreme curse that he had long been preparing. At this moment, another one of the heads which Raynette was holding opened its mouth as well, as though it was making a silent screech. With that, nothing happened in the forest. When Shanks saw this, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Klein, who had yet to react in time, when a figure with white, thin hair and exaggerated wrinkles appeared in his eyes. His mind turned cold. Although his thoughts weren't impeded, he had lost control over his body. All he could do was watch the white-haired elder vanish as he turned to face Miss Messenger. The two heads which Raynette suddenly carried flew out and appeared before Klein. One of them opened its mouth as it drew in air, while the other's red eyes turned dark as its teeth turned long and sharp, phasing between incorporeal and a corporeal state. What is Miss Messenger's power? Is she of the prisoner pathway? Is she of the death path? What the fuck is she? From 1 to 10, how cooked are we? It's looking like a 8 nuggets, okay? Klein's looking pretty fucking cooked right now. Unless somehow he can get one of the demigods to die in the battle, and then he can somehow get away with their characteristic. Now we're really cooking, okay? Okay, now we're really cooking. Klein saw the translucent elder with white hair being forcibly pulled out of his body before Miss Messenger's head with the long teeth that bit at his shoulder, tearing out an object that appeared both like a spirit body and a physical body. Queen, how's it going? Shanks frowned without screaming. Its figure abruptly vanished as it leaped to a spot with a glass fragment 100 meters away. Following that, he seemed to be pursued by formless hands and enemies. He kept phasing into shallow puddles of water, the eyes of animals, the dew on plants. Finally, he was able to catch a breather, and still, Klein was feeling a little stiff and cold from the inside out. Shanks entered the spirit world and walked out again. In his hand was a moist, sticky, palm-sized doll. Emlyn? Sorry, that was a dumb joke, but I can't help it. This figure's face only had a hole as it was inhaling and exhaling a grayish-white fog which Klein found familiar. Shanks didn't hesitate as he stuffed the doll into his mouth. Upon seeing this, Raynette Tyneker's other two heads left her palm, and like before, flew towards Shanks at a fast speed, arriving nearly instantly. Emlyn is not sticky? How do we know this, Loki? How do you know this, bro? I don't know this. Why is this information? It's in music channel. Thank you, Kami. However, Shanks had already begun transform. Wait, what? No. Upon seeing this, Raynette Tyneker's other two heads left her palm, and like before, flew towards Shanks at a fast speed, arriving nearly instantly. However, Shanks had already begun transforming. His body turned black as his skin scrunched up and water began seeping out. His hair, brows, and other parts began withering and dropping. Following that, his limbs grew long and thin. In just a second, Shanks seemed to be assimilated by the doll, becoming a huge, black, moist infant with 4 long limbs and swollen, shriveled skin. How does transforming into a baby in the middle of a fight help you? What is happening? In what universe are you fighting someone and you're like, fuck, she's really strong. Okay, baby time. Like, what is happening here? His eyes, nose, and ears moved from their original location at the middle of his face as though they were gathering together a brand new organ. His skin, limbs, and newly formed organs brought an indescribable sense of mystery and wickedness. Just a look had made his body, which had just recovered from the coldness, feel extremely itchy. Red spots protruded from his skin as a result of the clumps and fine granules. His skin undoubtedly suffered a piercing pain. He instinctively closed his eyes as tears were forced out. By the time he calmed himself with cogitation and opened his eyes again, he realized that Miss Messenger, the Rose School of Thought's demigod, had vanished. Bro. Hopefully Miss Messenger doesn't die. As his mind whirred, Klein took out Death Knell and tapped his left thumb on the first segment of his index finger twice. No, wait. Okay, I skipped. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that they were nearby. They were in an intense battle, shuttling between the real world and the spirit world. Be it the dropping of the leaves, the shaking of the weeds, the crawling of the worms, and the fleeing of the wild beasts, all of them represented each and every clash. Okay, it is now time for the music change. Hold on. This is almost certainly copyrighted, but I don't give a fuck. If it's cool, we listen to it all the same. Let's go. Babies are scary in Lord of the Mysteries. That's a good point, Calvin. As his mind whirred, Klein took out Death Knell and tapped his left thumb on the first segment of the index finger twice. Countless illusory thin threads appeared in his eyes, making him see objects that usually couldn't be seen with his normal vision or his spirit vision. I don't think this was the same one as last time, Thunder Economy. I feel like this was a different one, but I don't know. Two blobs were flying around him, and the dense, black bundles of threads that entangled with each other were Raynette and the Rose School of Thought's Demigod. Apart from these, Klein also discovered that a blob of illusory black threads was rapidly approaching him, Jan Kottman. It would stop from time to time so as to avoid the intense battle between the two demigods. Oh, let's go! Oh, let's go! We're really cooking now. There's another enemy. An enemy who was hiding in the distance awaiting the results, but he hasn't decided to participate yet. Anyone who's stealthily approaching in such a situation must be an enemy. Klein's eyes moved slightly as he cocked Death Knell and lowered it naturally to put it in a state for lethal attack. Then he pretended as though he hadn't detected the bundle of illusory black threads. He stuffed his left palm into his pocket and grabbed a gold coin. He made it tumble between his fingers as though he was in a divination state. He was doing this to disrupt the approacher's spiritual intuition for danger. After losing his paper figurines, this was the only method he had. After patiently waiting for 2 seconds, when the other party was within shooting range, Klein's eyes turned solemn as he raised his right hand and pulled the trigger. Devil trigger, motherfucker! Let's go! This shit is so good! Let's go! 727. Lucky one? Wait. Isn't that a title from the Monster Pathway? No, but that's only a sequence 7. There's no way sequence 7 is in here and get his ass whooped. That's just gotta be... God, DMC music is so fucking good. Oh, I love this so much. Peak music, actually. I don't even care. Thud. The black revolver with a slightly longer barrel recoiled backwards and a pale golden beam shot out, heading straight for the spot where the target was about to arrive. However, the illusory black thread suddenly stopped as though they were observing something. From his condition, it didn't appear like he had sensed the arrival of danger, but he had his attention attracted by something else. The grayish-white rabbit leaped out of the thick grass and fled far away as a tree standing in front of the blob of illusory black threads collapsed due to the gunshot. At the height of a human, a gigantic and irregular hole and a raging pure fire appeared at the tree's trunk, directly splitting it from the middle. Death Knell's might was equivalent to a small caliber cannon, and its penetrating power was even more potent. The blob of dense, illusory black threads was clearly giving a fright as it instinctively disappeared from where it was, appearing on the surface of a nearby puddle of water. Inevitably, his figure was outlined. He had his pale face with deep recessed eye sockets and light brown eyes. He looked to be in his 40s with a dull mustache above his lips and wore an old triangular hat. Klein was no stranger to this man as his bounty appeared before his eyes. Admiral of Blood Senor. Just in loan alone, his bounty was worth 42,000 pounds. Oh, brother, your bounty appeared in the eyes of Gearman Sparrow. You're going down. He had long infiltrated Bayam. Was it to take away Turani von Helmusin? After this scientist passed due to being discovered, he joined the Rose School of Thought's mission to target me. I seem to have an additional weakness, but before it's triggered, I have no way of knowing what it is. As Klein's thoughts raced, he saw the Senor's figure disappear once again. However, the traces of the Senor's existence was rather obvious. The blob of illusory black threads of his were like a firefly of darkness. It wasn't difficult to find him at all. The blob of illusory black threads circled around him with the aid of the morning dew, glass fragments, and water puddles that had frozen for some reason. Jumping again and again from one medium to another, the gap between the two soon narrowed. This is how we're, oh true, this is how we're paying Miss Messenger. True, just kill him, and then you can afford to get, Miss Messenger 4 times. Help you, true. Klein didn't wait on the spot. Instead, he quickly moved, but only slightly shifted his position so as to prevent the Rose School of Thought Demigod, who was engaged in an intense battle, from attacking him in passing. Senor's performance made him understand one thing. A Wraith's ability to possess someone to directly control their body requires them to enter a range. Previously, although the Rose School of Thought Demigod was able to accomplish it at a further distance, he hadn't done so perhaps out of contempt or for fear of accidents. It could be confirmed that Senor was a Sequence 5 Wraith. Oh, and if you're of Sequence 5, Klein is already at the peak of Sequence 5, so you're cooked, brother. Especially with Death Knell that he didn't have previously is not looking good for you, Admiral. Just as the Admiral of Blood's speed slowed down, he was about to possess his target from a distance. Klein's left glove suddenly turned deep black, as though it was formed by layer of pure particles, and he said from a word that comes from a devil language, "Slow." Senor had sensed it and changed his position before Klein could even open his mouth, but everything within an 8-meter radius came to a halt. His evasive maneuvers had failed to show any effect. It was an area of attack. It was an AoE effect. Good lord. Senor's figure suddenly became slow. He once again outlined his figure in the real world as Klein raised his iron-black revolver, cocked it back, and placed the target in his sights. With Death Knell, he saw the Senor's body was covered with all kinds of colors that indicated his weakness wasn't at his head, but was slightly above his throat. Oh, true, he can also see his weakness, lethal attack. Without any delay or hesitation, Klein pulled the trigger, lethal attack. At that moment, a blob of illusory black threads walked to Senor's side and pulled at him. The Admiral of Bloods immediately moved diagonally as though golden bullets grazed past his neck, striking a boulder and shattering it. A golden flame burst out from the Senor's neck as it jerked his head and opened his mouth. A sharp shriek blasted out and entered Klein's ears, causing his mind to hum as his body came to a halt. Formless souls had flown into Senor's side at some point in time before mixing with cold winds. From the sky and from the ground, they surged towards the enemy. Okay, so what's going to happen? Oh, okay. So Klein is going to be fighting him, and then Jan Kottman is coming, okay? But who is the lucky one? Is it just a title? But that seems so silly. Like, Klein could just be a lucky one, but that seems so silly. It's the name of a sequence. Formless souls had flown to the Senor's side at some point before mixing with cold winds. From the sky and from the ground, they surged towards the enemy. In each of Klein's eyes, a pale-looking man with a red coat and triangular hat quickly appeared and took form. Klein snapped his fingers as his body was instantly enveloped by scarlet flames. He disappeared from his location before the Wraith could possess him. And under a tree that was less than 10 meters away, weeds burst into flames as the flames grew bigger and they soared into the sky. Klein nimbly leapt out and raised Death Knell once again. He aimed towards the spot where he was originally standing, and he injected more than twice the normal amount of spirituality into the gun. Slaughterer. He pulled the trigger as a golden bullet split into countless shrapnel and with sacred flames swept to the region the gun's mouth had already aimed at. The formless scepters and the souls seemed to be swept away by the solar hurricane as they failed to resist that were ignited amid screaming. Senor knew that a counterattack was in place once his possession attempt didn't succeed. He immediately flashed into a nearby glass fragment in an attempt to evade the oncoming shot. But the bullet hurricane brought about by the slaughter was rather a huge range that included that glass fragment. Amidst a huge boom, golden flames struck the sides of the glass without hitting it. With only burn injuries, Senor leaped to another mirror surface and appeared on the surface of a rolling drop of dew a distance away. His body had a rotting wound thanks to the purification power, but it was nothing serious. There's no way he's that lucky, right? Indeed, the Senor has a mystical item that makes him lucky. There are only 3 purification bullets left. Oh, he has a mystical item that corresponds to the lucky one from the monster pathway that makes him lucky. Oh, cool. Yeah, how's it going, man? As he knew that he was facing members of the Rose School of Thought, he had changed all his Beyonder bullets to purifying bullets that targeted wraiths and zombies. There were a total of 6 bullets, and now he had already shot thrice. In the first shot, Senor was saved by a rabbit that leapt out. In the second shot, he was yanked away by the Rose School of Thought's Demigod who happened to come beside him. In the third shot, he happened to be in the gap of the fragment amidst the slaughterer's hurricane, preventing him from suffering too much damage. Klein found this level of luck completely unacceptable. True, but I would have this level of luck. You guys have seen what I can do, okay? I have some, inhuman luck. However, Klein didn't wallow in depression. Instead, he turned back into Gehrman's appearance and build. This was for him to immediately throw a bunch of Sea God domain charms to create a certain commotion once things went south, so as to attract Sea King Jan Kottman's attention. If this sequence 3 demigod to arrive, he would be facing a Rose School of Thought demigod, a hostile pirate admiral, and a mysterious adventurer with a mysterious background, who had certain ties to the military. It was quite obvious who he would deal with first. Remember your Minecraft luck? I found 2 elytras, okay? It just took some time. It took some time, but we got there, okay? Shut up. That's why you're a gambling addict? Kind of. It's only an addict if you're losing, Loki. Just remember that, okay? I'm not an addict because I'm winning. Is luck the reason you fall sick? That's hardly my fault. My niece gets me sick. How is it my fault? As for Messenger, Klein believed that she would escape into the spirit world in a timely fashion and was free to choose whether to participate in the battle royale or leave. Oh, we're gonna get a fucking demigod battle royale. Fuck yes, let's go. The reason why Klein didn't escape in the middle of the night after receiving the telegram was because the Sea King gave him a sense of security. If he were to leave alone, he would definitely be noticed and captured by the Church of Storm. He'd be interrogated, making the subsequent developments unpredictable. If he were to stay in his room and await the person who saw him to attack, he had a chance of struggling until he reached the streets, allowing the Sea King to notice. Faced with an evil operative who was at least a demigod and a Sequence 5 adventurer who was rumored to have ties with the military, there was no doubt that Jan Kottman would first deal with the Rose School of Thought member, and as a cardinal of the Church of Storm and a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, he would use various sealed artifacts of the diocese. He could last a moment, even if he faced an angel. At the same time, with the reinforcements from the military, there was a chance for Klein to escape to the sea during the chaos and leave via whale. I love how his mode of transportation is now whale. To his regret, the entire night remained peaceful as he received the telegram. And once daybreak happened, the Sea King would find it difficult to monitor the entire city. Klein snapped his fingers again, igniting the surrounding trees. disappeared like a blooming firework around him as they exuded an inexplicable sense of beauty. The reason why he had chosen to pass through the forest to head for the cliff was because this was a place that was suitable for the magician's performance. His figure flashed through the flames as he circled around Senor, avoiding his approach and control. Have you seen the release? That's crazy. Wait, two episodes, Metatronus? So wait, on the 28th, are we getting 2 episodes? Or 27th, are we getting 2 episodes or 1? Wait. And from his previous experiences and lessons, Senor knew that his target had an area of effect attack that would and a damaging blow. He didn't dare stay too close to him, and he would pull away and create a gap once he missed an attack. Otherwise, he would use a Wraith Shriek to affect his target, or use the pale green fingers to aim at his target. Unfortunately, the latter could only extinguish flames and wither vegetation. There was no way to pinpoint Klein's location. Wait, 2 episodes are coming out? Fuck yeah! Okay, dope as fuck. That actually does kind of make sense, because generally like a season is 3 months, so 12 weeks. And since it's 13 episodes, they're probably doing 2 and then 1, giving them a 12-week window. That actually does make sense. And then like OVAs and stuff, because I know they have special episodes as well. Okay, dope. Okay, so that's going to be awesome as fuck. Okay. Praise the fool indeed. Let's go. Seeing how the fireworks like flames were the biggest barrier to his attack, Senor stopped and let out a deafening shriek, which would also damage his spirit body. Amidst the shriek, the icy blue halo beneath his feet rapidly expanded, covering the mud, randomly strewn weeds, and scattered rocks with a layer of ice. But I also heard they toned down the violence and R18 scenes. Do you think they'll do that for international audiences too, Nightwalker? I feel like I would hope anyway that they would release a censored version and an uncensored version. I hope. If they don't, then it is what it is. But I mean, I would hope so. The flames sizzled as they produced a tiny amount of mist before being extinguished by the frost. Klein was influenced by the Wraith Shriek, causing his flaming jump to be one step too slow. He ended up failing. His figure projected itself sideways as his feet stumbled. The blood definitely isn't white, Pushkar. We know this because from the trailers. Okay, so you don't have to worry about that one in particular. At that instant, Klein didn't seem like he could dodge. And then 3 a.m. EST for the rest? Jesus Christ. Okay, I mean, if it's 3 a.m., then yeah, I was planning on doing a morning stream anyway, so that works out okay for me. Klein was influenced. No. He ended up failing. His figure projected itself midway as his feet stumbled. Then, he saw illusory skulls swirling past a black gash rush at him, bringing with him the strong smell of death, as though an envoy from the underworld had arrived. At that instant, Klein didn't seem like he could dodge. However, a light blue ball emanated the smell of sulfur suddenly condensed before him. His glove maintained black as it remained in its devil state. CST, not EST? Oh, I see, okay. With a thumping sound, the fireball was extinguished as the illusory skulls shattered and scattered to the ground, creating spots that didn't have any life to them. Right on the heels of that, Klein steadied his body and took out the iron cigar case from his pocket. He threw it at the Admiral of Blood Senor as his glove turned noble and sinister at some point in time. Baron of Corruption. Bribe. I feel like I said pride there. I'm a bribe. 728 triple combo. Okay, wait. So off the top of my head, I can think of 4 demigods that are probably coming here. So it's the one that's from the Rose School of Thought, who's already here. Miss Messenger, Jan Kopman, and then now that he threw out the True Creator thing, someone from the True Creator is coming. We're getting 4 demigods. Holy shit. Senor obviously wasn't going to bet that the item thrown by his opponent didn't pose a threat. He immediately dodged far away, allowing the iron cigar case, which was sealed by a wall of spirituality, to fall to the ground. Then, he opened his mouth once again and produced a shriek. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his own spirit body made Klein experience excruciating pain in his head. But wait, what was the whole spirit world thing? What was the thing about death that just popped up? Because it said like there was like skulls that were like that were of like the death domain or some bullshit, right? Who the fuck is that? Even though he often suffered from the ravings of existence like the true creator. Wait, hold on, where the fuck was that? Then he opened his mouth once again and produced a shriek. A roar that seemed to come from the depths of his own spirit body made Klein experience excruciating pain in his head. Even though he often suffered from the ravings of existences like the true creator and Mr. Door and was rather resistant to such attacks, it was impossible for him not to pause momentarily. He felt his nose burning as though a capillary had burst. However, he had a resistance combined together with bribe. The effects were reduced. He made his momentary pause only last for an instant, and this was something Senor had no idea of knowing. Therefore, Klein pretended as though he hadn't recovered as he revealed his weak state, waiting for the enemy to fall into his trap. In an ordinary battle, as a wraith would jump through mirror-like mediums, making it impossible to determine the location ahead of time, it made it impossible to maintain a 5-meter distance from the opponent, even if he created flames and repeatedly used it to achieve phasing. It would cause his spirit body thread's controlling ability to be disrupted momentarily after there were significant effects. For this, he planned on taking a little risk. He made his opponent fall for a trap he planned so as to quickly end the battle and escape to the cliff. Seeing his target appear dazed due to the repeated shrieks, Senor didn't hesitate to make his aura turn deep. The Admiral of Blood's contracted figure rapidly appeared in Klein's eyes in an abnormally clear manner. This wasn't a reflection of the world, but the two tiny figures seemingly coming to his eyes. When the wraith's possession was almost coming to completion, Klein, with his tattered and charred clothes, unhurriedly extended his left palm, as though he was gesturing, "Please," as a polite gentleman. Oh shit. Creeping hunger maintained its sinister and noble blackness as it forcefully distorted Admiral of Blood's target. Due to the freezing halo from before, there was frost and crystalline bodies everywhere. All of them were equivalent to mirror surfaces. On the thin ice, Senor with his triangular hat had appeared there. His expression was as though he was at a loss. At that moment, Creeping Hunger switched to a deep black slate and a word came from the devil language. Slow. Just as he was about to use the mirror surface to phase away, Senor instantly froze. His figure involuntarily outlined itself as his body turned extremely rigid. His attempts had failed, and there was no way to repeatedly use slow. Klein made his left glove turn pale as it tinged with a slightly dark green color. Zombie. The sealing caused by the frost on the ground had once again exacerbated as they slowly spread to the Senor's side, and they began to spread from his toes to burn him, to turn him into a completely ice sculpture. With his knowledge that wraiths had a very strong resistance to the cold, Klein didn't let down his guard or waste any time. He made Creeping Hunger's transformation as if it was gilded. The illusory black threads in his eyes were hidden away as two blinding bolts of silver shot out from the innermost depths of his eyes. Interrogator psychic piercing. Dude, I love how anyone goes to fight Klein, they're like, what the fuck is he? What sequence is he? What pathway is he? What the fuck is he? Because he just keeps changing shit. What the fuck? In his usual state, Senor's fusion of spirit and flesh typically wouldn't be significantly affected. He could even cause the attack to backfire on his opponent. However, having just received slow, he found himself sealed in ice. All he could do was resist the formless bolts that targeted his spirit body. His mind felt as though a blade had penetrated it as it twisted. The pain spread through his body as he temporarily lost all reason. By the time he regained his lucidity and prepared to make continuous leaps to open a distance, the cold adventurer opposite him opened his mouth once again. Slow. God, this guy finally gets out of slow and he was like, oh, the amount of time it takes for you to get out of slow is exactly my regen time to use slow again. So slow. And then he just kept doing it and the guy's like, what the fuck? Dog shit. Senor's actions turned sluggish and impeded once again. Then, without any surprise, he suffered the 2 follow-up attacks of stun, ice stun, and psychic piercing. Bro's getting comboed. Actually, it's like, have you guys ever played like a fighting game and you've never played it before and the guy you're playing plays it incessantly? This is what it's like. Like you're there trying to like, okay, so like A is attack, so you just keep punching and he's hitting you with the 360 720 no scope and you're like, what the fuck is happening here? When he barely escaped again, the black-haired, brown-eyed Gearman opened his mouth a 3rd time with a deadpan expression. Slow. Senor was enraged as he reeled in despair before finding himself in a perpetual cycle. This is the other side of that same coin, where like you're playing, like you've played a game a decent bit, and then the person you're playing has also played it a decent bit, and they have like this one move if there's one character that just can't be dodged, and they just keep spamming, and you're like, fucking, I can't. They're like, dude, I'm so much better than you, but I can't fucking hit you because yours is like a guard piercer that I can't stop. Fuck you. Senor, as for Klein, who had kept his opponent in place 3 times, was beginning to control his opponent's spirit body threads. In effect, the most effective solution for when his opponent was unable to escape was to take the opportunity to use Death Knell to deliver 2 or 3 lethal strikes. But this past failure had told him that his enemy had a mystical item allowing him to be lucky. An overly directed lethal shot might very well lead to an accident, resulting in some undesirable effect. This was precisely because of this that he decided to gradually proceed in proper order by controlling the Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. Nah, slow and spirit body control P combo 2 OP. I agree it's 2 OP. That's why I'm saying it's bullshit. Build up 3 blocks and hitting Iron Golem. True. That's okay. See, that's a good example. Time quickly passed as Klein ran around Senor to dodge possible attacks from the Rose School of Thought's Demigod. He controlled Senor's spirit body threads as he slowly reached the state of gaining initial control. Volume 3 before World War 3? True! That's all we're doing, okay? Listen, whether there's going to be a World War or not, I can't do anything about that, okay? I mean, I might get enlisted, but that's a separate issue, okay? 3, 2, 1. The Senor's thoughts instantly turned sluggish, as though every part of his body was rusting. Dude, what happens if you get initial control, so their thoughts and their body's already sluggish, and then you hit them with slow? Do they just become like inanimate objects and they just can't move at all? They're like, what the fuck? Oh, sorry. Enlisted is not the word. What's the drafted? Drafted is the word. Sorry, that's what I was looking for. But I mean, perfect time to become a hunter beyonder. Stop. Senor. No. Okay. Klein no longer had the strength to use creeping hunger again. He continued deepening his control as he began walking at an adequate speed. No, I can't let this continue. Thoughts slowly moved through Senor's mind as a translucent icicle condensed in front of him. It was dyed with gloomy green. It was as though it was showing its respect to its surrounding forest. It was dyed with a... As for Klein, who had witnessed his opponent's series of slow actions, he unhurriedly retracted his left hand and took out Grizel's trowel from his chest and braced himself. The icicle finally shot out, seemingly heading for Klein's chest, but it suddenly changed directions midway as it diagonally flew upwards. This adjustment should have been a sudden lethal blow, but as Senor's thoughts had slowed down significantly, the order received by the icicle had only happened when it was almost reaching Klein. This made the sudden change insufficient to catch Klein by surprise, as he shifted Grozel's travel and easily blocked the attack. Senor's expression turned pale once again. After a few seconds of thought, he slowly opened his mouth in an attempt to let out a raged shriek. But having already prepared himself, Klein spoke first. Bang! An air bullet quickly shot out and struck Senor in the mouth, throwing his head backwards as his teeth fell out. The shriek was left stuck in his throat. He's actually getting bullied. He was like, let me... What the fuck? Seeing the control... This is... Okay, you know what? We didn't need Nero's music here. We needed... oh, good lord. We needed... Holy fuck, what's the twin brother's name? Holy shit. What's the twin brother's name? Someone say it for me. What's Nero's dad's name? Holy fuck. What's Nero's dad's name? What's Nero's dad's name? Holy fuck. Someone, no. Nero's dad's name from Devil May Cry. Holy fuck. Someone say it for me. Virgil. Yes, thank you. Virgil. Yes, thank you. Yes, we needed like Virgil, because this is some Virgil shit to just bully the fuck out of people. Holy shit. Seeing the control deepen and how Senor's resistance was crumbling to the point of losing his reason and launching barrages of attack like a lunatic, Klein felt some joy. At that moment, a shrill, sharp, infant's cry sounded in the woods. Lumps protruded all over Klein's body as he dropped Grozel's travel from his hand. His head felt as though it had been clasped tightly by an invisible hand, making him momentarily lose his senses of his surroundings, including his spirit body threads. His control over Senor was removed as a result. No! About 100 meters away from him, the large-sized baby, which was black, swollen, and wrinkled, appeared to have stormed out of the water, having had escaped its illusory state and returned to reality. His limbs were long and thin, and there was only an irregular hole on his face. Circling the hole were gnarly teeth. It's always gotta be a baby, dude. Lord of the Mysteries can never just have an ordinary baby. Like, have we ever seen a baby just be normal? Have we ever just seen a normal baby in this fucking book? Holy fuck. At that moment, Shank's body had additional wound that was obvious and deep. It was a piercing wound that went through his black and swollen skin, causing putrid, blackish-green liquid to gush out. After this, Rose School of Thought's Demigod appeared. He stopped dodging or escaping. He began screaming like crazy, letting out crazy, infantile screams. It made Klein and Senor fall into a pitiful stupor. Even their bodies were showing signs of losing control. The four blonde, red-eyed heads were thrown into the void as they opened their mouth and let out a soundless shriek, silencing the terrifying cries. Okay, seriously. The only babies I can think of is this baby, Megos' baby, and Will Ossepton. I don't even need to explain either of them. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Why can't we just have a normal baby? Raynette, Tyneker, and Shanks had engaged in another round of combat, phasing through the spirit world and reality from time to time as they shuttled between leaves, weeds, insect eggs, ice crystals, and thorns. Senor and Klein stood on their spots in a stupor. They tried their best to recover from the effects of the cry. In this aspect, Senor believed that as a wraith, he had an unsurpassable advantage. The corners of his mouth subconsciously curled up a little. He had already figured out what to do with his opponent later, but at that moment the eyes of the adventurers, who was in tattered clothes while exuding a cold demeanor, turned lucid. It had only been a second since the infantile cry had ended. Klein, who was experienced in this, quickly recovered and realized that the Senor was still dazed. An opportunity. His mind stirred, but he didn't attempt a long-distance attack, which allowed for plenty of accidents. Instead, he chose to control Senor's spirit body threads, which took more time. He tapped his right foot as his figurine dashed towards the opponent like a panther. His left glove was dark, and when it moved backwards, it condensed into a manner that resembled a blade. Alright, I got some popcorn ready, and that's a good idea. Forming a gigantic weapon formed from lava and flames. Desire Apostle. Sword of Lava. Oh, shit! Dude, we were just talking about this. Can you imagine how scary it would be for a crazed, tattered clothes gearman to be walking towards you with a fucking sword made of lava? Oh, that guy's shit in his pants. Holy crap. Klein's body surpassed the Senor's left as the searing sword swept past his chest and it got stuck in the middle. The light blue flames ignited Senor, but aside from suffering damage to his body, he didn't lose his life. However, the pain left him incessantly screaming. You mean naked? I think he still has some clothes. I think he still has some clothes. They're just tattered. By the way, I gave you an answer for why demons are associated with the scent of sulfur. Did you? Oh, I'll check out the comment later. Thanks, Dr. Z. After the two brushed by each other, Klein immediately abandoned the Sword of Lava. He took a step to his left and turned, facing the Admiral of Blood's back. He raised the iron-black death knell to his opponent's head. He didn't use lethal attack and directly pulled the trigger. With a bang, his body shook a little. This was because the spot he had stepped onto appeared to be a hole, hence death knell slid downwards, and the golden bullet hit the side of the Senor's neck. Bro, what is this luck? This is the Sequence 7's luck? That's insane. Bro, I would just want... You know what? Fuck everything else. I just want to be a Sequence 7 lucky one. I don't want to be in any Beyonder battles. I'm just going to go to fucking casinos, make like $50 million, and never be seen again. This is crazy. He had a bullet to the back of... He had a fucking revolver to the back of his head, and he just gets lucky. What is this? Blood tainted with a dark green tinge spewed out. The Admiral of Blood had nearly lost half his neck as it fell forward. He fainted, but he was still alive. Klein was just about to add another shot when the sky suddenly darkened. An arm suddenly reached out. The arm was 10 meters long, as it had a black sticky surface with strange protrusions. They were either skulls, erected eyeballs, or barbed tongues. The moment it appeared, the entire forest shook. As the leaves withered and all the insects stiffened to their deaths, all the beasts either fell paralyzed to the ground or they began biting themselves wildly, leaving their bodies bleeding. What the fuck is happening here? Klein's danger premonition reached its limit. He hurriedly closed his eyes, lunged forward, and did a roll. He grabbed Grozel's travels and held it in front of his face. Klein is unironically like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I wouldn't do the same. Guess who arrived? It's either someone from like the True Creator's Demigod, or it's Azek. I don't know why the fuck or how the fuck Azek would be here, but those are my two options, okay? 7:29. Bro, am I crazy or are we reading fast as fuck today? Dude, I don't know why Azek would be here, but all I know is Azek is always here. Azek is always here to help Klein, okay? When Klein is in his hour of need, Azek always shows up. I don't know how, I don't know from where, but I always have faith in Azek, okay? I always have faith in Azek, okay? The entire forest was withering as though an entity was bringing about destruction to everything about to descend. Just as the storm was about to fully extend, a thick bolt of silver lightning smote down from nowhere, illuminating the entire mountain. Lightning. Oh, is Jan Kottman here? Is Jan Kottman? The sizzling sounds chained together as the cage, only spoken in myths, enclosed around the black sticky arm. Dark clouds quickly converged together in the sky, forming brows and a mouth, as though a face was hidden within. In Bayam City, the huge commotion was noticed by Sea King Jan Kottman. He didn't hesitate to take action as he ordered the Punishers to activate the corresponding sealed artifacts. Reinette Heineker's figure was forced out of the void, but her complicated black dress didn't crumble at all. She raised her left hand as two of the blonde, red-eyed heads flew back and landed on her severed neck. The remaining two continued engaging in combat with the black, swollen, wrinkled infant. Wait, so the heads went onto her neck, so she now has a full body? What is happening? When the cut at her neck began to wriggle, the two corresponding cuts were connected. Her figure instantly burgeoned to the size of a Gothic castle. Patterns, vines, and accessories appeared on the surface, interweaving with a mysterious, sinister sight that couldn't be looked at. Wait, can all demigods control their size, or is this just like a Reinette thing? Cause this is reminding me of like from Bleach. You know, I don't know. I feel like most of you have seen Bleach because we talk about this all the time. Like in Bleach, it was said like that a captain can always control the size of her Zanpakuto. So is it like all demigods can control their size? Like all captains can control the size of their Zanpakuto, basically. When the Klein closed his eyes tightly as he placed Grizel's travels in front of his face, injecting his spirituality into it, but he was unable to eliminate all the effects inflicted upon him. His body kept quivering as granules kept protruding from his body. And only at this moment did he confirm that the side effect of using Death Knell was a fear of the dark. No, a fear of the dark when facing wraiths is so bad. No, this is cooked. For the next 6 hours, he wouldn't suffer any more weaknesses. Thankfully, this weakness is just insurmountable. But it doesn't mean that I'm unable to resist for a short amount of time. Klein desperately closed his eyes as tears kept rolling down his cheek. Oh no. Oh no. Dude, darkness, my old friend. Klein is so cooked. He didn't spend time considering the problems regarding this, because the situation had developed into one of extreme danger, but it was also very chaotic. The one that descended seems to be stronger than the Sea King. It's likely an angel, but his condition doesn't seem to be particularly good as well. He didn't directly appear. He instead used the spirit world to attack. So it's someone from the Life School of Thought then, probably. Or no, not the Life School of Thought, but or maybe the Life School of Thought. Didn't they call someone? They called someone. Yeah, they called Sir Mr. Rose School of Thought. Lord Sua. Yes, thank you. Yes. This is because he is the fucking fuck, I can't remember the name. Shanks is a demigod, so if he's saying Lord, that's an angel for sure. Is it because he can't rush in here in time and it can only consider using this method? Thankfully, I received a warning from the orange light. Otherwise, the results would be unthinkable if this situation drags on. As Klein's thoughts flashed through his mind, his first reaction was to take the opportunity to flee and open up a safe distance. However, he knew that hastily retreating without any preparations was equally dangerous. However, if the Rose School of Thought's angel abandons this attack and retracts his arm, the Sea King Jan Kottman wouldn't have any motivation in embroiling himself in a pursuit effort. This is because he isn't facing a saint who he can consider retaining. This way, simply relying on Miss Messenger Reinette Heineker makes it difficult to stop this entity. I might be pursued again when the time comes. I have to add more trouble for him. making him temporarily unable to leave. I'll take this opportunity to escape the water where the Blue Mountain Island is. As his thoughts churned, Klein followed his emergency plans, took out Grozel's travels, stuffed a death knell inside, and made a few rolls before arriving next to the iron cigar case. The question is, will gods arrive or not? Probably not. No, this doesn't... It seems too early for gods to come. Yeah, exactly. Klein is like, only 5 gods are fighting for me. I'm worth more than 5, okay? I feel like I'm worth at least 8 or 9. I feel like you guys are undervaluing me here. Have you heard of the Fool? I'm just saying. I know a guy, okay? I know a guy. Hear me out. He stabbed it with his finger, removing the wall of spirituality. And opening the case, he threw tinder, which was corrupted by the true creator, into the air, towards the source of the danger. Right on the heels of that, Klein used Grozel's travel to shield the top of his head, and opened his eyes and took out the whistle. This wasn't Azek's whistle, but the Numinous Episcopate whistle, which was obtained from a mysticism enthusiast. It originated from a resurrected Numinous Episcopate member. Dude, Klein is using everything he has. He's like, fuck it, just get all the demigods in here. Fuck it, anyone who can come here right now, okay? I want this to be so confusing, no one knows what the fuck is going on. Dude, can you imagine? Jan Kottman shows up and he's like, what the fuck is going on here? Why is in what universe is there like an angel and like 7 demigods in this random fucking woods? What the fuck did I walk into? At that moment, he decided to allow extreme danger to meet extreme danger, so as to create an even more chaotic situation. Klein is like, listen, 2 options, okay? Either I survive, based, or I die, I resurrect in like a little bit, and like no one knows what's happening, so like we're good, but like this is like a scene from like Suits where he goes, listen, this is not working out for me right now, so right now, until I figure out what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna confuse the fuck out of everybody. He quickly put the copper whistle to his mouth and blew into it. Then he activated his spirit vision without daring to look up. A skull with 3 lifeless eyes emerged. Around it were black appendages like tentacles. Without any hesitation, Klein handed over a white feather left behind by the resurrected Numinous Episcopate member to the messenger. Klein had the feather with him too. He's like, bro. He's like, yes, Nagato, true. He's like, I'm not dying alone, motherfuckers. If the Fool has to die, I'm taking like 5 or 6 demigods with me, okay? I want the world to know I was here. He didn't wait for the messenger to disappear as he immediately bulged his muscles, swung his arm, and threw the copper whistle into the air where the source of the danger was. He keeps throwing shit at this angel. With that done, he put away the iron cigar case, did another roll, and bounced up as he rushed straight for the cliff. During this process, he kept his head down and kept changing location. He didn't dare to look at the scene happening above, nor did he dare to stay any longer. When he passed by the spot where the Admiral of Blood Senor should have been lying unconscious, Klein's gaze froze, because he had vanished. In that chaotic situation, without any aid, this wraith, who had suffered immense damage and was unable to maintain his spirit body state, had vanished. Bro is still using that book as a shield. Yeah, he's like... Klein paused as he swept his gaze. He saw that ahead of him were a few drops of splattered blood that coruscated with a dark green tint. And this region was where the Grozel's travel had previously been dropped. No way. A few drops of the Admiral of Blood's blood dropped onto the book's cover. This sucked him in? Klein frowned as he didn't think it was a good thing. Dude, it's a great thing. You know, he's stuck. He was afraid that the angel and saint that the Mother Tree of Desire had sent would be able to gain the help of the Admiral of Blood from within Grozel's travel to pursue him. How? He's stuck in the book made by an ancient god. Well, And did his luck run out? Because he had two options. He was either going to fucking die or he was going to go into the book. I feel like book is a better option than dead. Like, now he can just be, he's in the book alone. He can just go there. Have a great life. You know, no one's saying anything to him. However, it was impossible for him to abandon the book. Without it, Klein didn't believe that he was lucky enough to dodge all the stray blasts and unknown shrapnel which could fall from the sky at any moment. You still want to be a lucky one? Yeah, I'd win, okay? I have good luck. However, I'll resolve this latent risk by entering with my spirit body after I escape. After a few thoughts rose up in his mind, Klein dipped a tip of his foot down as he ran. Lifting up the soil which had the Senor's blood in it, reached out and grabbed a handful. This was to locate the Admiral of Blood later. Klein ran in a meandering fashion, holding Grizel's travel with one hand, making adjustments from time to time based on his premonition for danger. This book blocked the random bolts of lightning or the scattered rain of the corroding rock, and it shielded him from the terrifying gaze that was cast over. With the book, Klein successfully tore out of the lifeless forest and came to the edge of a cliff. At this moment, the surroundings had turned dark, and it wasn't the kind of darkness before a storm, nor was it the result of a moonless or starless night. It was a dead silence that emanated the smell of rot. You heading out, Mr. Loki? Alright, you have a good night, buddy. At this moment, yes, a raving sounded from varying distances at varying pitches, as though something seemed to be slowly breathing in the air. Klein, who was afraid of the dark, trembled. He didn't dare to look at what was happening above him. All he noticed was a few white feathers stained with yellowish oil, spiraling down to the ground where there was a nearby flash of lightning. Now imagine Azek arriving at this scene. Yes. Azek, by my guess, is an angel. He's a sequence 2. So they get 2 angels in here. Fuck yeah. His right foot took a stride forward as he jumped off the cliff and plummeted straight down. He fell out of the darkness and could see the light. Then he dropped into a mouth that had been waiting nearby for him. The mouth didn't have any teeth as it immediately closed and sank to the bottom of the sea. According to the agreement they had made previously, it was to head for the reef beyond the Blue Mountain Island as quick as possible. This was a gigantic undersea creature with 16 fins on its back. Lord of the Mysteries PUBG edition. Good thing is now, I probably shouldn't get sick anymore for the next little bit because my niece is... she has 1 more week of school and then, like, you know, she's off for summer break. So I shouldn't get sick anymore, which would be based as fuck. Because then we can really... even with the Donghua coming out, I should be able to still read at, like, a really good speeds. This was a gigantic undersea creature with 16 fins on its back. In the darkness, Klein instinctively wished to huddle into a ball and helplessly tremble. But he barely repressed his emotions and took out a Priest of Light's Beyonder characteristic he had prepared to deal with the Wraith. He had obtained it through the glove. Pure light emanated from the translucent stone-like object as it drove away Klein's fear. The next day, Wiz got sick. Fuck you, Milos. What are you drinking? I have tea. This is just for, like, it's just, like, for when you're talking a lot, it's helpful. And then iced coffee. When the tea runs out or it gets cold, because I'm not drinking cold tea. That shit is garbage. He was just about to contemplate if he should wait for the outcome or if he should attempt something when he suddenly felt the back of his palm turned itchy. He hurriedly looked down and saw his pores widen as they grew some fine white hair. These fine hair rapidly grew out and looked like feathers. Klein immediately felt his entire body itch. Is that the... Yes, it is, Nightwalker. Yes, it is. The fellow that was attracted by the copper whistle is so dangerous. Klein was rather experienced. He immediately got up and took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation in the undersea creature's mouth. His spirit body once again tore through the grayish white, which had endless ravings and roars as blackish green gases drilled out of his body. Where's your throat goat? I don't have one right now, devil. I don't want to talk about it, okay? You're making me sad. Returning to the place that looked like a giant's residence, Klein observed his spirit body once again and discovered that it had returned to normal. There weren't any blackish-green gases, nor were there any white feathers. Whew, it's effective. He exhaled and immediately returned to the real world. With the illumination from the Priest of Lights beyond her characteristic, Klein saw that the white feathers on the back of his hand remained, but they had lost the ability to continue growing. They were more or less signs in other parts of his body, but they weren't obvious. I prefer coffee generally. Tea is, although this tea is like really helpful for like streams because I'm talking so much, but like in general, I will always have coffee over tea. Yes, I should be able to resolve the remaining problems once Mr. Azek arrives. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and drew the crimson moon at his chest. He prayed for the goddess's blessing and that Azek would arrive quickly. Let's go, Azek, my fucking goat! Come in here! At this moment, Raynette Heineker's figure appeared before him. Miss Messenger had 3 heads growing on her head while she held one in her hand. Compared to before, she appeared much more lively. She reached into her left palm and grabbed Klein's shoulder, and directly brought him into the spirit world as they quickly traveled through it. Amidst brightly stacked lights, Klein felt somewhat dizzy before he returned to reality and realized that he was on a reef. Raynette's forehead swept the area and said, "Already safe. Remember to pay next time." Can change music back to normal. Let's go! Klein is safe! My go! Who says you need to be a demigod to survive demigods? Not if you can just get other demigods to do the fighting for you. Let's go. By the way, do you realize how we went from £1,000 for 3 days is like unbelievably expensive. It's like exorbitantly expensive to £10,000 for like a one-time save give me is like, it's expensive but like doable, you know? Like that's such a huge jump. Like Raynette's costs are like, what would you say, 30x Miss Messengers? Or sorry, Miss Bodyguards? Raynette's cost is like 10,000 times for like a one-time give me save, which is like maybe an hour. Whereas Miss Bodyguards was 1,000 for 3 days. No, it's totally worth it. Dude, anything is worth it to save your life, because your life to you is worth infinity, right? Like, I mean, what would I not pay, right? If I have the ability to pay a thing to save my life, I'm paying that, you know? So, with that said, she vanished as though she had more important things to do. Yeah, you could do that. I should have just gotten Miss Messenger to bring me away using such a method. However, her present state doesn't seem to be that great either. She must have been in a state and method she seldom uses. Klein reflected over the matter as he placed the Priest of Lights beyond her characteristic into his pocket, and he kept Grozelle's travel outside. Just as he was about to size up his surroundings to figure out where he was, another arm reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Klein jumped in fright as he turned his head, only to discover that Mr. Azek had arrived. I told you, Azek would always help Klein, no matter what. He's my fucking goat, dude. The good old days when £6 was nice. Oh, don't even remind me. I want to make a joke, but I will lose my mod power, so I'm sending it to you through mine. Azek grabbed his shoulders and pulled him into the spirit world once again. They moved through the brightly stacked colors. Actually, I'm already safe. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he didn't say those words. Of course not. An angel is coming to save you. You don't say a fucking word, okay? You shut the fuck up. You're like, holy shit, you are my light, Mr. Azek. You know that? I don't know what I would do without you. Seriously, I think more than anything, Klein needs to get, if he's not going to switch to the apprentice pathway, which he can't do until 3 anyway, he needs to find an object to allow him to travel through the spirit world. Like, that's like so vitally important. I feel like once he can do that, he's really coming along. Because like, someone's attacking you. Okay, well, I'm just going to through the spirit world and fuck right off if I don't want to fight you, you know? Like, I feel like that's like the next big thing. On a mountain outside Bayam City, in a forest that had lost all its vitality because it was buried by a half-collapsed cliff, a tall, stocky, middle-aged man with deep blue hair was wearing a storm priest robe as he stood in the air and overlooked the area. There was a clear, burning rage in his eyes. He was none other than the Sea King, Jan Kottman. Alright, see ya, Ian. Just ask Forrest for help. I mean, maybe catching a traveler is the real. No, I'm not saying you have to, but like, the Abraham family should have something that would be able to allow them to do that, right? I would assume. At that moment, the battle from before was still fresh in Kottman's mind. He remembered how every participant in the battle retreated. The angel from the Rose School of Thought had a particular method to transfer his powers over a great distance. After he failed to achieve his objective, he rather easily brought away his heavily injured partner, and no one wanted him to stay. Aside from the strange monster that appeared out of nowhere, Jan Kottman remembered very vividly that the angel retracted his arm. It had sparse white feathers on the black sticky arm. From the top of the skull and from the very inside erected eye, they grew from unimaginable spots, and all of his strength was because the Rose School of Thought's angels was dodging the glove with the true creator's aura while using some of his strength to shatter what seemed like an ordinary copper whistle. A true demigod battle royale. Hell yeah. That was cool. We didn't get to see any of their powers for real, though. Like, we just got, like, the tiniest taste of what they can do. But I still don't really have, like, a good concept of what demigods are capable of. Shortly, with the sinister and strange spirit world creature engaged in battle with an angel, it voluntarily retreated into the depths of the spirit world, preventing Jan Kottman from pursuing it. The Aurora Order Saint who had opened the door of teleportation didn't participate in the battle. After observing the situation in puzzlement, he picked up the glove with the true creator's aura and he opened the door to leave before the battle ended. Wait, Klein lost Tinder? Fuck, we spent so much money on that and it's just gone? I mean, it was useless to us, I acknowledge, but still. The strange monster that he summoned because of the copper whistle didn't have a fixed form. He was like a manifestation of death itself. He was like a mist that filled the surrounding but had many feathers with yellowish marks on it. His target was obvious, the angel with the Rose School of Thought. But the latter escaped, yet also vanished from the area as though it were the pursuit of his target. But even so, Jan Kottman, who had taken a sealed artifact from the city and rushed here, still felt uneasy. Bro, I love how Sequence 3 is like, senses this, and he's like, I'm gonna stop by the armory and grab some objects first. I'm not taking a fucking chance, bro. I'm not going out there. I'm gonna get my ass beat. Can you get what that skull creature is? I have no earthly idea, dude. The manifestation of death itself. Is that like a King of Angels of the Death Pathway, maybe? Like a Sequence 1 of the Death Pathway? But even so, Jan Kottman, nope, already read that. The only person without any godhood that had fled the scene before Jan Kottman arrived, and he was nowhere to be seen. But Jan Kottman recognized him. He was an adventurer who had killed a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, making him qualified to have his information placed on the Sea King's desk. Although this wasn't something that he needed to pay great attention to, Jan Koopman, who had also experienced the Seafarer sequence, still remembered the relevant information. He cast his gaze towards the cliff as he muttered a name, Gehrman Sparrow. I love how no matter who Klein is, in every one of his identities, he will be known by like a demigod or an angel. Like as Klein Moretti, he was in the sights of Inzonguil. In the eyes of as Sherlock Moretti, he was known by fucking every high sequencer in Backland, like damn near, like the fucking head of the Red Gloves in Backland, Leonard's team captain knows of him. Like everyone fucking knows of him, and now the Sea King is like, Gehrman. Like, bro, what is happening? He's a problem magnet. He might actually be. What if Klein? What if like whatever is in with Klein's spirit is like convergence for like all high sequences? Does that make sense? Like, you know how we know the beyonder characteristics convergence of like how a high sequencer of a pathway will attract lower sequences of the same pathway? Whatever Klein has with his soul that's like so special or whatever the fuck attracts high sequence beyonders to him just in general. I mean, if a sequence 5 survives a demigod battle, I'd want to know about him too. Yeah, no, I get that, Romero. But the thing is, even before that, he already knew about him. You know what I mean? Like, even before that, Seeking Jan Koopman was like, he killed a devil. Interesting. On an island in an unknown water, Klein and Asik's figure were rapidly outlined on the shores. Like, what if, I don't know if we actually believe in the creation myth or the whatever the fuck, but let's just say, sorry, it's okay. We'll keep reading in 1 second. Okay, we're just gonna do some painting really quickly. Okay, let's say the omniscient, omnipotent God or ASG is real. Okay, let's just say it's real. Okay, and then whoever this fucking goat is who just stands above everyone else, he did like some bullshit to Klein, and he like left an aura of his magnificence on Klein's soul. That is not how you spell Klein. I forget, it's E before I always spell it the other way. Okay, right? So, and then because ASG is like this god who stands above all sequence zeros, you know, whatever, they all go to him. Klein's special nature, Klein's special, yes, I feel like that's what you tell like a stupid child. You're like, no, you're special. You're not dumb. You're just special. Okay, so right, so sorry, that's so mean. I feel like this, because Klein has like an aura of the ASG or whatever, all high sequences of all pathways are attracted to him. They all have a convergence to him. I feel like that's a good theory. I have no fucking proof for it at all, except the fact that regardless of who Klein is, regardless of who he starts off with, he always attracts high sequencers like a moth to a flame. There was one high sequencer in Tingen, and immediately he went straight for, he was like, Klein, something off about this kid. Like, what the fuck? Why? Right? It's interesting. So, I feel like that's pretty good. Okay, alright, tinfoil hat time off. Alright, time to keep reading. Okay, alright, thanks for bearing with me. Alright, that's it, yeah. I don't think slow mode should work on mods. I think you guys should be exempt from it. Azek was about to speak when the hat-wearing, bronze-skinned Azek's eyes suddenly turned dark, as though he was connected to the silent and dark spirit world. I love how Azek keeps switching. He goes from bronze-skinned to olive-skinned back to bronze-skinned. I mean, he's from the southern continent, so he should be bronze-skinned, but still. He grabbed the air with his right hand, and with all the undeveloped white feathers flew out and curdled into a bundle, landing in his palm. With a gentle squeeze, all the strange feathers vanished as though they had turned into food for the silent world in his eyes. Mr. Azek, this was brought by the numinous episcopate whistle. The situation was somewhat pressing, and to make the situation even more chaotic, I blew into that whistle and gave that feather to that messenger. Then, a similar feeling with the underworld descended. I didn't stay, and I didn't immediately leave the area, but I still had those feathers on my body. I sensed it from afar. It shouldn't be an ordinary high-sequence beyonder. I suspect that it's a byproduct of the numinous episcopate's artificial death project. Oh, shit. Is that so? So it succeeded in holding back that Rose School of Thought angel. So that artificial death has either succeeded or it's like close to succeeding or something. Enough that like Azek, the son of death, is like, hey, I sense this. Like I sensed an aura. And like, again, I suspect that Azek is the sequence 2 of the angel pathway, because he still looked like the big boss in the fucking conversation with that lady. We told you every secret organization is cool in their own right. Yeah, fair. The plot chickens. Azek looked around and continued. I still have matters that require my attention. Did I say angel pathway? Did I? Like, I mean, Azek is of like an angel level. Did I say pathway? Did I say that? Azek looked around and continued, I still have matters that require my attention. This might awaken more of my memories. When all of that is done, I'll look for you again to claim the ring left behind by the ancient death. I have a feeling that I might need to make a trip to the Berserk Sea or the southern continent. Why do you think Azek is an angel? So, the demoness that we met was at least a sequence 3. I doubt she's any higher than that, okay? I think she's a sequence 3 of the demoness pathway. And even in conversation with her, Azek was like calm as fuck. Azek was like, listen, if you want to fight it out, we can fight it out. And Azek doesn't have like most of his memories. He's nowhere near as strong as he should be, but he's like, you want to fight it out? We'll solve this shit right here, right? So it feels like he's demoness of aging. Yes, thank you. So it feels like he's stronger than a sequence 3, which in my mind makes him a 2. I don't think he's a King of Angel like a sequence 1, but I believe like he's a 2. It's best if you head over to large cities like Backland or Trier. In those places, the forces of the Rose School of Thought can deploy are very limited. They wouldn't dare to act rationally. Of course, it's best you choose places like Passu Island where major churches have their headquarters, but this will bring about another type of danger. Azek's last sentence was a joke. Just like an ordinary lone gentleman, the experiences of his present life seemed to leave a deep impression on him. Regardless of the portion of memories that he had recovered, he still showed clear signs of his old self. In situations regarding the retained memories in the time span of decades that shouldn't have much of an influence on a person's time span of a millennia. But from a state of complete memory loss, 2 or 3 decades is enough to remold a person. After Mr. Azek recovers his memories, will his many different lives result in him having different personalities? What a profound question. I don't think so. I think it'll probably just be like, whatever personality is most dominant will just be who he becomes. However, his other experiences will mold him to probably make him a little less radical and to moderate him a little. I'll let Miss Justice consider it later and seek advice from the psychology alchemists. Klein then heaved a sigh of relief and asked, Mr. Isaac, do you know anything about the Mother Tree of Desire? I didn't even know her existence before you sent the letter. You didn't know the Mother Tree of Desire? Klein was taken aback before he asked, what about the Chained God? In ancient times, she, or they, might have had other names. If your hair were a little longer, you'd probably look a bit like Isaac. Yeah, I mean, I can get a wig. I feel like an Isaac cosplay would be dope as fuck. I mean, I don't have a brown suit, because who the fuck wears brown suits anymore? But I mean, that's right. Mr. Isaac began the cycle of losing and finding his memories at the end of the fourth epoch. He kept wandering the northern continent while the Rose School of Thought was born in the early fifth epoch in the southern continent. Isaac cosplay when? 10,000 subs. We'll do that. Klein nodded and didn't ask any further, and since Isaac had matters which needed his attention, he gave a few words of advice before bringing him to traverse across the spirit world when he arrived at a particular beach on the northern continent's eastern shore. With Mr. Isaac gone, Klein looked at the seawater that kept surging. Demoness cosplay on 5K. Time to get 8K alts. He wasn't in a rush to head for the nearby city. Instead, he found an uninhabited cave, set up a simple ritual, and created a wall of spirituality. He then sacrificed Creeping Hunger, Death Knell, Isaac's Copper Whistle, Grozel's Travel, and the soul of the Senor's blood to the mysterious space above the grey fog. Cosplay Ed Sheeran. Dude, I swear, when I think of Ed Sheeran, the only thing that comes to mind is I can't even remember what fucking show this was from, but he had this small role in a show where he was like this homeless guy. He was like, no, I'm not ginger, bro. It's like a copper blonde. Oh, no, that shit was fucking hilarious. Huh. As it was stored above the grey fog, the remnant blood in the tiny bottle didn't coagulate. After wearing his glove and stuffing the other items, Klein poured a few drops and smeared it over Grozel's Travel's dark brown cover. Why doesn't a brand new story start from the beginning, with the addition of a new character? Klein looked at the book, and that didn't change its name as he was puzzled. Before he had the time to think, his vision turned into a blur, as though there were countless translucent creatures around him. Everything soon turned clear, and Klein found himself sitting on a long wooden chair along the street. This was where he had departed from previously. There's a saving function? Klein joked inwardly as he looked at the mud stained with the Senor's blood before snapping a tree branch to attempt divination. Following the results he received, he walked out of the city, entered a nearby forest, and found the unconscious Blood Admiral beside a small stream. Oh, you fucked now, mate. At this moment, only 10 minutes had passed since the battle. Jesus Christ, all that happened in 10 minutes? The Spirit World Travel is based as fuck. I don't care. I really don't care. Just literally get Spirit World Travel. I don't care what you have to do. Get Forest to Traveler and then kill her and use her characteristic to make a fucking thing. I don't care. Just get Spirit World Travel. I just pissed off like half the chat. I don't really care, okay? Spirit World Travel is so necessary for Klein. Holy shit. That's good. Oh god. Turn Force into an Uber art. It's for the greater good. It's for the greater good. Hear me out. Sacrifices must be made. I'm such a bad person. The exaggerated wounds on the Senor's neck, chest, and abdomen were contracting and appeared to have recovered significantly. Such a level of vitality was completely different from a human's. Sui, how's it going, man? How you doing? In another 15 to 30 minutes, Admiral of Blood would likely wake up. And in another hour or two, his mobility would be restored. This was a zombie, a wraith. You had a chance of being restored you had a chance of being rescued by your organization's angel and demigod, but your blood happened to splatter on Grozel's travel, making you a prisoner of this book and giving me enough time to handle you. Of course, this made you avoid the stray attacks of the battle between demigods, preventing you from dying immediately. I have no idea if you should call this good luck or bad luck. Klein mumbled as he observed while grasping Death Knell in his hands and reaching out to the Senor's neck and removing the necklace made of pure silver. Can't he just travel together with Forrest when she becomes a Yeah, but then you have to keep her with you all the time, Milos, and then she'd find out secrets and she'd find out who the fool is and stuff. We can't have that, you know? The necklace was a pendant of the same color which resembled an ancient coin. Both sides were filled with mysterious patterns and relevant symbols, as well as the words carved in ancient Hermes. You will be as unlucky as you are lucky now. Wait, is this basically like a curse of binding sort of thing? Like as long as you're wearing it, you're really, really lucky. But if you ever take it off, you get hit with the most dog shit piece of horrible luck in the universe. Is that what it is, basically? Just buy an artifact? Oh, Dr. Z, don't get me wrong. That's the first choice. If we can buy an artifact, that's best. If not, we must sacrifice Force to the Mother Tree of Desire. It is what it is, you know. Rabbit's foot from Supernatural. Yes, very good, Justin. This is the mystical item which can raise the Admiral of Blood's luck. Unfortunately, even a demigod can enhance my luck, so I doubt this can. But I can sell it for money, or ask Miss Messenger if I can use it to make a partial payment. No. Nope, it's just you get lucky and get unlucky simple? Oh, okay, never mind. Klein wasn't in a hurry to take the necklace as he placed it on the stone beside him. He was afraid that there were unknown side effects that might affect things he was about to do. Klein focused as he controlled the Admiral of Blood's spirit body threads. He wanted to make his first marionette, which would take an extended period of time, so as to conclude the principles of marionettist. No, when you're lucky this time, you'll be unlucky later? Wait, that's so horrible. I would never wear that. Like, imagine you're in battle and you're like getting really lucky and you feel great, and then and then it switches midway through the battle and you like slip on a banana peel and like you dodge a bullet, but then the bullet hits a tree and then ricochets back into your head or some bullshit, and you're like, what the fuck was, like, fuck that, I would never want that. Furthermore, no marionette was convenient to bring around than a wraith. No marionette was more convenient to bring around than a wraith. 1, 2, 3. In just 10 seconds, Klein had achieved initial control. Senor's spiritual intuition sensed the danger as his body showed obvious signs of struggling, but he was unable to wake up due to his heavy injuries and sluggish thoughts. Time ticked by, and by the 4th minute, Klein didn't hide his relief. At that moment, the Admiral of Blood Senor opened his eyes, rolled to his feet, and faced him. With a harmonious sense of actions, he pressed his chest and bowed. "Good morning. How may I be of service?" But now here's the question. How does Klein bring him out of the book? Because he entered with his body. Klein only entered with his spirit body and can get summoned above the gray fog. Can Klein make him enter a wraith form? So it's his spirit body, and then have him pray to the fool and then bring him above the gray fog? Would that work? But then how does he get out of the gray fog? Because if he leaves the gray fog, he then goes back to the book, no? I don't know how that would work. 731 gains. Oh, Klein's going to start going to the gym? What? Different gains, damn it. Alright, I thought Klein was going to be buff as fuck in Volume 4. Damn it. Klein's gym arc starts now. Time to get exactly. Like, imagine Gearman, but now he's buff as fuck too. Holy shit. Now you're really talking scare. Now you're talking presence, you know? Illusory black threads emanated out of the Senor's body and entered Klein's hands. With every jolt of spirituality, he gave a different reaction. In fact, there was no need to use both hands when controlling the spirit body threads. Klein was just accustomed to do so, as it gave him a feeling like he was truly controlling a puppet. He's a faceless, he doesn't need gym. He does for the actual strength, Dr. Z. He needs, like, yeah, for the show muscles, maybe not, but he needs it for the strength. From the looks of it, other marionettes can control each other's marionettes. Senor's abnormality can't be hidden from their eyes, so I have to be careful about this. Can you keep ignoring me, man? Am I becoming Kami? What did you... Sacrifice 4s to Mother Tree of Desire. Mr. Fool, I wish to have it. What is wrong? Why would I read that? Nightwalker, put something normal in chat, bro. I'll read it. What are you doing? Get it together, God. The Admiral of Blood was dead. His spirit body had become a vessel for the marionette, losing any traits that belonged to him. Therefore, many divination methods were ineffective against him. I didn't say that. What? Of course, bro. Oh my god. Nightwalker's actually... Of course, methods to seek his corpse were still effective. Klein planned on cleansing the Wraith in the Grey Fog before using the Paper Angel to envelop the mirror-like objects that he possessed, before placing him into a cigar case sealed by a wall of spirituality along with Azek's copper whistle. This created a 3-layered interference effect. Holy shit. This way, Klein believed that even if the Rose School of Thought Angel wished to, it was impossible to use divination to lock onto him. As for whether Mother Tree of Desire had left any back doors in Senor's body, he wasn't too worried. This was because if that really happened, she could have just mutated Senor during the Demigod battle to deal with him. Based on the situation back then, there was a guaranteed chance of success. Mother Tree of Desire, or should I say the Chained God, strictly controls its organization members. It relies on a vow, contract, and other methods that are ingrained into the soul. This can be inferred from Miss Sharon's description and my interaction with the corresponding characteristics. As long as I don't attempt to use Admiral of Blood to divine the secrets of the Rose School of Thought or the potion formula of the mutant pathway, I shouldn't trigger any problems. The werewolf beyonder characteristic has remained normal despite being above the Grey Fog for so long. Besides, there's still the Grey Fog's cleansing process. If there are any latent problems, it should be washed out. Klein thought for a while and took out Azek's copper whistle from inside his body. He turned his right wrist and made the side with fewer patterns appear under the sunlight, making it reflect the light. Immediately, the copper whistle, which had Senor's figure appear on it, rapidly turned clear. The Admiral of Blood in front of Klein suddenly vanished. Perhaps the Mother Tree of Desire can use the vow contract and other methods to vaguely lock on. But that doesn't matter. She can sense the Grey Fog's unique trait on me anyway, and she will sense me once I'm within her range. Besides, this marionette might be destroyed at any time when I use it as a shield. Klein was like a jobless tramp who was debt-laden. He felt that there was almost nothing he was afraid of. Of course, he really was debt-ridden. Jobless bum. Oh god. As long as I advance to a demigod and can hide my unique trait, it's fine losing marionettes. Klein surveyed the area as he bent his back to pick up the silver necklace. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation softly. This time he hadn't entered via summoning his spirit body, so he couldn't directly return. The greyish-white fog was quickly emanated as hysterical ravings roared for an eternity. Azek's copper whistle didn't react abnormally, which meant that there weren't any latent problems with the Admiral of Blood. What? Sitting at the end of the bronze table, Klein placed Azek's copper whistle in front of him, making Senor, who was dressed in a dark red coat and triangular hat, appear. He was like a butler waiting to receive orders from the master. "Do you have any other items on you?" Klein asked. This was his attempt to act as a marionettist. You read 7 chapters in 2 hours? That's pretty good. That's one more chapter than normal. Cause I'm back to normal now, so I can go to read. I should be reading at normal speeds, which is about 3 chapters an hour. So that's pretty good. Following that, he controlled the Senor, made him rummage through every pocket as he subsequently took out £325, 16 soli, and 8 pence in cash. There were also 13 gold coins. Apart from that, perhaps due to the frequent act of transforming into a wraith, the Senor didn't carry anything else. How poor. As a pirate admiral, you didn't even have a single mystical item? Did you hand it over to the Rose School of Thought or your subordinates? Klein seriously considered cashing out the Admiral of Blood via the black market. Just in loan alone, his bounty was worth £42,000. Yes, claiming the bounty from loan isn't pragmatic. Be it the Church of Storm, the Kingdom's military, they will follow the clues to capture Gehrman, who managed to embroil so many demigods in a battle royale, and then investigate the organization backing him. They wouldn't even pay. They might even plant a trap. God damn it, no. By the same logic, the churches and governments of other countries might have similar ideas. However, they might be easier to work with. Retrieving the bounty will still require substantial risks. Besides, there's no rush. I'll send Senor out when I plan on switching marionettes. After all, being a marionette for a few days won't change his identity or value. Wait, is Klein gonna turn him in? I sure hope so, bro. £42,000 is like amazing amounts of money. Klein reined in his thoughts and cast his gaze on the silver necklace with the ancient coin attached. He immediately used divination to get the gist of its origins. It came from a Sequence 5 winner of the Life School of Thought. Do I have that name? Yes, I do. For fuck's sakes, give me some more names! From the Life School of Thought. After dying at the hands of a Rose School of Thought demigod. This gentleman's beyonder characteristic and psyche fused with an ordinary silver necklace that he carried with him, turning him into a mystical item. Just a small reminder, Klein has a 10k debt. Exactly, yeah. As for the reason why the ordinary silver necklace would be carried by a Sequence 5 powerhouse for such long periods of time, Klein wasn't able to receive any effective revelations, as it had been too long and it had been corrupted. The mystical monster pathway sequence just sound funny. Exactly, they sound like pendants you could buy in like Yakuza games, like that make you like 40% more likely to win at blackjack or whatever. As for the reason why the ordinary silver nope, already read this. This mystical item had 2 effects. One was to passively make the wearer lucky. In their daily life, the owner would encounter good things, easily succeeding in whatever they did. When suffering a lethal blow or terrifying disaster, ridiculous scenes would happen, allowing them to be rescued. The latter situation only lasted 10 minutes. The second use was to effectively give the enemy bad luck and make the target unlucky, be it in their daily life or combat. It was easy for them to experience failure due to some trivial problem. The corresponding negative effect of the necklace was the conservation of luck. After being lucky, they would immediately meet with repeated bad luck. They'd be as unlucky as they were before. It needed the wearer to be devoted and seriously avoid any danger. Otherwise, it was easy for them to die in a comedic manner and even harm people around them. We're making the casino or a house with this one. The luck received in one's daily life would often revert back after a month. The user would end up unlucky regardless of whether they wore it or not. However, such bad luck was slowly released, so it wasn't too dangerous. And luck obtained in combat would similarly strike back 10 minutes later in a similar vigor. After all, this is a rather good mystical item, but I don't have much use for it. After all, Fate Counselor Ricardo wasn't able to change my luck. I'll just wear it on me for now. It has a few negative effects on me. I'll sell it when I have a chance to pay off my debt to Miss Messenger. Miss Messenger wants gold coin, while I have gold pounds. It's nearly impossible to exchange 10,000 gold coins through banks or official markets. From the looks of it, I'll have to do it in batches, getting each Tarot Club member to change some of it. Klein decided on a plan and came up with a name for the necklace. Scales of Luck. Yes, I'm letting them do it for now. What the fuck? Wait, where are they? Wait, what are they doing? Following that, he cast his gaze on Senor, who was standing reverently on the side. He began to study the powers that a wraith had. Forceful possession, enemy control, wraith shriek, mirror blink, obstacle penetration, death-related spells, and invisibility that wouldn't be discovered by most mid and low sequence beyonders. Klein distinguished each power as he matched them with Sharon and Merrick's description, as well as his experience gained from combat. He soon concluded this, afraid that the candle in the outside world would finish burning, and the dark cave was extremely bad for the present him who had a phobia of the dark. Klein immediately took out the paper figurine from the junk pile, and together with the Black Emperor card, stirred some of the powers above the grey fog, turning it into an anti-divination angel. This angel rapidly spread its wings and wrapped around a gold coin. On its reflective side was the Senor's figure. Then Klein brought the gold coin, Azek's copper whistle, death knell, and his suitcase back to the real world. As for creeping hunger and Grozel's travel, one of them hadn't been fed, and the other might cause Klein to be swallowed into the book for carrying it for too long. Therefore, they were both left above the grey fog. Having returned to the cave, Klein hurriedly placed the gold coin and Azek's copper whistle into the cigar case before sealing it. He cleaned up the scene, switched into his formal clothes, and carried his suitcase, and came to a residential area. He discovered that he was near Pritz Harbor. Klein didn't immediately return to Backland. Instead, he changed his appearance, took a steam locomotive, and went to Conant City in Desi Bay. He planned on circling the area once before changing his identity again. Bancy Harbor. Alder Wilson looked at the destroyed city underneath the afternoon sun. He saw that the buildings had completely collapsed and there were deep chasms in the ground and charred spots everywhere. Such a scene extended into the depths of the island. Even the mountain had collapsed. At that moment, there wasn't anyone from the Church of Storm watching the ruins, since there wasn't anything there, and the plans to rebuild the harbor weren't brought forward at all. Alder jumped off the Blue Avenger, circled the ruins, but didn't discover anything of value. "Let's go," he instructed. He soon boarded the ship, which hoisted its sails and left the island. After an unknown period of time, a figure suddenly walked out from the depths of the ruins. He wore a double-breasted, purely black clerical robe. He had dark golden hair, and his facial features were clear and distinct, like an ancient, classical sculpture without any wrinkles. What was the description of Adam? I feel like he had blonde hair, right? What was Adam? Oh, I don't have the description of Adam on me, but I feel like he had blonde hair. Yes, blonde? Maybe him. His eyes were dark blue, nearing black. They looked lusterless, but they were filled with dense blood capillaries. What the fuck? 732. Is 734 is the end, right? If I'm remembering right? Anyone who's blonde is Adam? True. $732 is the end? Wait, really? This is the final chapter? Okay. I might read like the first chapter of volume 4 too then, because like I feel pretty good. And like we haven't even been going for 2.5 hours right now. What the fuck? I mean, I also want to do the author notes though. If anything happens in the first 1 or 2 chapters of volume 4, that'd be dope, but I mean, I'll read it all the same. Guys, I think Adam might be Adam. Hear me out, Nightwalker. Klein is Adam. Okay? Desi County, Conant City, 67 Red Indus Street. After Volume 3 end, you can do major theories for Volume 3 and predictions for the future. Volume 4 is the most boring ever. Oh, don't say that, Dr. Z. Don't say that. Oh, no. It'd be so... Oh, God. Wearing a commonly seen face in the Lone Kingdom, Klein took a step forward and rang the doorbell. In less than a minute, the door creaked open as a maidservant looked out and asked out of curiosity. "Good evening. Who might you be looking for?" I'm here to find Ma'am Nilu. I'm a friend of her father, Davy Raymond." Volume 4 is great. I love Volume 4. Don't listen to the haters. It has... Okay. I'll take your guys' word for it. Davy Raymond was a nightmare who had been released from creeping hunger. He was a red glove from the Nighthawks. It was the first thing on his mind before he dissipated. The first thing on his mind before he dissipated was his daughter, Nilu Raymond. He was very apologetic towards her for not spending time with her growing up, making her effectively lose her father when she had already lost her mother. Klein had promised him that he would make a visit to the beautiful coastal city if he had a chance to visit his daughter. Having probed for more information earlier, Klein had gained general information about Nilu Raymond's situation. After this girl graduated from grammar school, she worked at the Women and Children's Care Foundation run by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. She had a weekly salary of £2, 10 soli, and was the target of envy by her neighbors. She had also inherited an inheritance from her businessman father. As for how much it was, no one knew. They just knew that she was richer than most people from the middle class. Typically speaking, women with such wealth would place a great emphasis on their marriage. They would repeatedly select and observe candidates, resulting in their late marriage. However, Nilu had married a civil servant just a year later. As both parties were believers of the Evernight, she didn't take on her husband's last name. She continued going by her name, Nilu Raymond, as she continued staying at 67 Red Indus Street. Whoa, that's cool. So the Church of the Evernight doesn't tell women to take their husband's last name because... Ah, interesting. Makes sense. After hearing Klein's answer, the maidservant quickly requested him to wait as she entered the living room to report to her mistress. Before long, a woman in a home dress walked to the door. She had black hair and blue eyes. Her face was rather thin, and she was rather pretty. She resembled Davy Raymond. Good evening, sir. I'm Nilu, Davy Raymond's daughter. May I know how you knew my father?" Klein took off his hat and smiled. "I got to know him at sea. It has been several years. Perhaps you might not know, but he has already passed away." "Yes, I know. I got to know him through that disaster. He had some words to say back then, which I didn't think too much about. However, the more I thought about it in recent years, the more I felt you should know." "Is that so?" Nilu said softly. After some thought, she invited him in. "Please, come in. Would you mind if my husband listens in?" "That's up to you to decide," Klein frankly answered. Nilu nodded and led Klein to the study. Her husband had the looks of an ordinary civil servant with a gentleman's bearings. He put down his newspaper and followed them both in. After both parties sat down, Klein looked at the couple on the sofa and deliberated. Mr. Davy Raymond once experienced one disaster after another. He lost his father, mother, wife, brothers, and sisters. "I know," Nilu nodded, with a deadpan expression. "Samo, thanks, man. I really appreciate that." Klein thought and continued. He appeared to be a merchant, but he was in fact seeking out other murderers who had caused that disaster. "I know." Nilu didn't object to it. Seriously, thanks to all the members, dude. I seriously can't thank all of you enough. You guys are so helpful, and it's so handy to know that it matters to so many people, to keep going, because sometimes you have rough days and you're like, fuck, I don't want to stream today, and I'm like, nah, I got to I got to, okay? For my peeps. Oh, Samo, I don't even know if Samo's actually here or if he's just watching a VOD. I don't actually even know. That's so funny. Hold on, because I have not seen him in chat. Oh, he is here. Okay, Samo, if you're here, oh, you are here. Fantastic, bud. Are you on the Discord by chance? Let me know if you are, and then I can update your status there too. I know, Ramiro. I will eventually just get YouTube to link, and then eventually just do it by itself. But for the moment, I will just do it manually. I gotta figure out how to do that. Okay, don't judge me. Wait, hold on. He said that he might die at sea, and he wanted me to tell you that he died as a result of an accident. All the murders from before have already been punished. You need not hate anyone at all. Chinese half-dragon. Alright, sounds good, Samo. I will... bro, it's 2 clicks. I don't do it because I don't have your YouTube account. It's Ramiro, I will do it, okay? Don't judge me. I am... technologically, a little slow, okay? Don't judge me, God. Alright. Wiz, shut the fuck up. Why are you guys like this? You guys are so mean. Okay. Alright, let's go. Didn't you work at a bank on... Bro, Ramiro, do you understand? In a bank, our systems were DDoS systems. That's not even a fucking joke, bro. Our systems were DDoS systems. We had systems running from the fucking 90s. I don't usually appear in chat because I don't usually have that much time. No worries, man. I appreciate you being here. Our systems were DDoS systems that hadn't been updated since the 90s, motherfucker. I didn't even exist when those systems were made. Okay, sorry. Like, small tangent, okay? Unironically, no, we didn't have a fax machine. They got rid of that a couple years before I started. Okay? Unironically, I was talking to one of my, I'm going to say colleagues, but he had been working at the bank for like 25 years. And he was like, dude, once upon a time, they made a new system, and they were like, okay, listen, we're gonna transition all of our stuff from like the old system into the new system. And they were like, every month they would send out like a newsletter, like an email to all the employees, like, hey, we've spent like $1 billion. We've spent like $1 billion on the development of this new program. And then like next month they'd be like, we spent like $1.5 billion. We spent $2 billion on the development of this system. And then eventually they literally just put out an email and they said, listen, we've put so much money into it and we still can't get it to work. We're just going to use the old system. No one ever talk about the new system, okay? It never existed. We're never talking about it again. This is how fucked our systems used to be, okay? Just to give you an idea. Like, that's how fucked shit used to be, okay? Don't talk to me about like using like new systems and like, oh, like, did you work at a bank at a computer all day? You got no fucking clue, bro. It was so funny. He was explaining to me, I was dying of laughter because they were so giddily like, bro, we've spent so much money doing this, and it was like, bro, we're done, okay? We can't get this shit to work. He also said that he loves you very much and that there's no in bots. I don't know what that is, Nagita. What is that? Oh, in Avatar. Oh, Avatar. I see. Oh, Avatar. I see. I see it. I see. Okay. I haven't watched Avatar in a long time. Okay, I don't remember much, if I'm honest. Got it. Nilu blinked. Klein gave up her deep look before getting up. Ramiro, dude, I don't know any of the memes, okay? It's not even funny. I don't know any of the memes from the anime community because I grew up so like segregated from the community because I never had any Discord. I didn't have any friends who did. I didn't have any friends who like watched anime. So like I just grew up in my own little bubble. I watched what I thought was cool. I don't know any memes. I don't know any of that shit. Okay, like you guys are truly good. You guys are gonna have to fucking walk me through this shit. I don't know. I'm not, bro. I'm the meme lord of regular shit. I don't know anime memes. Okay, it'd be cool to see you in Lord of the Mysteries style artwork. I know that'd be awesome. Like Luvion made this really cool artwork of me and Easy. I thought that was dope as fuck, dude. Yeah. Okay. Nilu remained silent for a few seconds as she blinked. She turned her head to the side and scoffed with an unclear attitude. Got it. Klein gave her a deep look before getting up. I'm done passing on the message. It's time I leave. Met with silence, Nilu's husband nodded gently as a gesture of thanks. Avatar isn't anime? What? Avatar is American. Yeah, that's true, but its style of art is like I don't know. Anime to me refers to like more like a specific style of animation more than where it originates from. Is that crazy? Is that a crazy thing? Met with silence, Nilu's husband nodded gently as a gesture of thanks. Klein turned around and walked to the door of the study. Just as he twisted the doorknob, Raymond's voice sounded from behind. What kind of person do you think he was? A guardian, Klein said with a smile. He didn't stay any longer as he opened the door and walked to the coat rack. When he wore his hat and left his 67 Indus Street, Red Indus Street, left 67 Red Indus Street, soft, restrained sobbing suddenly drilled into his ears. Shaking his head silently, Klein left the burrow and entered the Cathedral of the Evernight Goddess. Passing through the dark and serene aisle, he sat in the 7th row from the back. He faced the crimson half-moon and the black sacred emblem filled with resplendent stars. He took off his hat, lowered his head, and held his hands to his mouth, just like many believers present. While praying silently in the silence and tranquility, time quickly passed. Klein slowly opened his eyes as he gently stood up. At the spot where he sat, he left behind an item wrapped in paper. Klein walked along the aisle and left the prayer hall, going straight to the cathedral's entrance. With his back facing the hall, he wore his hat, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. The paper figurine ignited where he sat, garnishing the priest's attention. When this gentleman ran over, the flames had already extinguished, leaving behind a dark, gem-like item. Oh, it's his characteristic. That's so sweet. By the way, Vinland... I know, I saw Pushkar. I was so depressed about it, dude. Vinland Saga is coming to an end. Especially because I know it's going to be a sad end. Because he's probably not going to change it. And in real life, it didn't end well. That's so sad. The paper figurine ignited where... The priest didn't know what the item was. His spiritual perception told him that it was very important. When he and the other priests rushed outside the cathedral, the gentleman in a tailcoat and the half-top hat had already disappeared. The next morning, through a local black market, Klein had obtained a new identity as he came to the steam locomotive station. In his hand was a second-class ticket worth 18 solai, as well as identification documents for himself. He held a black leather suitcase as he stood on the platform with his back straight, awaiting the arrival of the train, heading for Backland. Let's go! Let's go, baby! Let's go! We're going back to Backland, baby! Please tell me we meet up with Leonard this time. Please. Come on. I've been waiting for Leonard and Klein to fight together for like 500 chapters. Like, that's not even a joke. I don't know. Like 500 chapters. This is crazy. The present him was a middle-aged man who was nearing his 40s. Bro! He's gonna be a grown-ass man? He was slightly more than 180 centimeters tall. Meters tall, Jesus. And his black hair had a few silver strands. His deep blue eyes were like a lake at night, and he was rather good-looking. He gave off a mature and elegant vibe. Klein looked down at the identification documents. Klein reflected his present name. Dwayne Dantes. Dante or Dantes? What are we thinking? I'm thinking Dante, but we can go with Dantes. I don't really care either way. I'm thinking Dante, though. Dantes with a S? Dantes? Okay, Dantes. Okay, we can do Dantes. After some thought, he placed the suitcase on the ground, laid it down, opened it up before stuffing all his documents inside. Inside the suitcase, there was a black wooden box containing the former lone soldier, Frunzier Edward's ashes. After a moment of arranging his suitcase, he heard a whistle. The steam train chugged at the station, spewing smoke before it slowed down to a halt. I really hope Klein gets to actually see and maybe talk to Melissa and Benson again, even if they don't know it's him. I just hope he gets to talk to him to make sure everything's okay. He looked up and cast his gaze forward as he examined it in silence. Then he looked at his suitcase and whispered, "It's time to return." He tried to act your age after all. Fuck you. I was gonna make the joke. I was like, bro, this is how you guys see me, like nearing his 40s. Like, bro, I'm 22. What do you mean I'm an unk? What the fuck? He cast his gaze forward as he examined it in silence. Then he looked up and down at his suitcase as he whispered, "It's time to return." Hell yeah, brother! He then stood up straight, carried his belongings, and walked to the open carriage. Backland, Sherwood Borough, 26 Gunstead Street. Did you understand the meaning of the volume name? One of my uncles is your age. Yeah, technically I'm an uncle. I have niece and nephews, but they're like 3 years and 1 year old. Okay, not 3, but like 4 years and 1 year old, bro. Like, what do you... Like, yeah, I technically am an uncle, but like, it hardly means like I'm an unk to you 40-year-olds looking asses. I know you're all like 18 or 20 or stuff, but like, bro. You're an unk. You guys are bitches, bro. I mean, I'm probably an unk to like Milos, who's like 12 years old. Yeah, no shit. But like, he's a fucking child. I don't, like, he can call me an unk. I got no questions. Bro, put the characteristics in the bag. You're such a bitch. Put the characteristics in the bag. That's so good. Oh, wait, shut the fuck up. Okay, but we got Benson. Hold on. I don't give a fuck. Okay, hold on. Backland, Sherwood Borough, 26 Gunstead Street. Dude, they're living in the Sherwood Borough. That's actually a good borough. That's where Forrest lives, I think. That's like a decent borough, right? Okay. Benson took off his hat, removed his coat, and headed to the maidservant. They have a maid! Let's go! They're living a good life. He looked at his sister, Melissa, who was glued to her books in the living room. The entrance examinations are in June. You'll finally experience the pain of studiously studying that I endured back then. Klein didn't look up as she continued reading. I'm studiously studying every day. A little humor, Melissa. A little humor. What's the difference between a person without humor and a curly-haired baboon? Benson said with a smile. Melissa casually glanced at him and said, "That wasn't what you said in the past." It's where Sherlock lived? Wait. I thought... didn't Sherlock live in another borough? Am I wrong? Did Forrest and Sherlock live in the same borough? Did I just misremember that? Oh, it is? Okay. She didn't correct him on what the exact difference was between humans and curly-haired baboons, and instead said, "Do civil servants also finish working so late?" Wish should have been a certified unk in Discord. Y'all are bitches, bro. God, y'all are so mean. What the fuck? No, there's been a lot of work recently. As you know. Oh, you don't. In such a huge... he said, "You are a jobless bum, Melissa. Don't be telling me shit." What is them cutoff age for unk? I don't know, Samuel. You're gonna have to ask. I thought 22 was not old enough to be an unk, but apparently I was wrong. I don't know. In such a huge reform, the handing over of work and the straightening out of different relationships are very troublesome. Benson swept the mirror in the living room. He couldn't help but lift his hand to comb his hair as he said with a look of displeasure, "Although I'm only a low-ranking employee in the Ministry of Finance, whoa! This doesn't stop me from having plenty of work. The only thing I'm happy about is that I finally survived the damn probationary period. Nice. Soon I'll have a weekly salary of £3. Nice. Okay, that's like good. That's good, right? Because £3 is like what Klein used to make before he became a Beyonder. I think that was like good salary. Like in even in Backland, it would be like a middle class salary, right? Melissa put down her book and walked to the dining hall and said, "It's dinner time." She paused and said seriously, I read in the newspapers that it's something called Donningsman tree sap that has a significant effect on boosting hair growth. Benson's face immediately had mixed expressions. We haven't seen him in an entire volume, and they can't help but make fun of this guy's receding hair. They're so mean. Dude, do you guys remember? Back when Klein started making £6 a week, and it was like, holy, Klein is like swimming in money. And now he made like £6,200 in a night. Not even in a night. It's probably like half an hour of work. Fuck, that is so hard. But 3 is the good minimum for middle class. Yeah, but he's still so new, right? I'm sure I have faith in Benson. He'll make his way up a little bit. So, he'll be making more money soon. Whoosh. Amidst the whistle, the long steam locomotive chugged into Backland. Klein picked up his suitcase and once again stepped into the capital of capitals, the land of... Now we have 10k of debt. Yes, but we also have 42,000 of assets in the name of the Admiral of Blood. How we cash it in, we don't know yet, but we have it. He discovered that the smog had thinned significantly, and there wasn't the obvious palish yellow colors. The gas street lamp on the platform was already turned on, dispersing the gloominess and darkness. Surveying the area, Klein walked out of the steam locomotive station, took the metro and the carriage, and came to the Church of Storm Cemetery outside Westboro. Then he spent a little bit of money and placed Frunzier Edwards' ashes into a partition. By then, this lone soldier had already left Backland more than 165 years ago. Time to get the money for bike shares? Oh, that's actually true too. I don't even know how we would collect that though. I might rewind to the fight. What chapter was the fight, guys? Someone please tell me. I don't fucking know. I want to say like 49, 48 or something. Nightwalker. I said I don't have a psychological burden because I'm used to it, not that I like it. Yeah, exactly. Like, when I first started working at the bank, I was like really I was really like off. I really felt weird about my age. No, not yet. Sorry, it's like I don't want to finish it. Fuck. Okay, let me finish it. After taking a step forward, Klein observed it for a moment before using a pen and paper to engrave something on the partition door. Frunzier Edward. He closed his eyes and added, "Every journey has its destination." There it is. End of Volume 3, Traveler. Wow. I don't know what to say. Absolute cinema. I don't think I can say anything better than that. Every journey has its destination. Such wise words. Halfway through the novel, how do you feel? I feel like volume rating? This was my favorite volume by far. So I think I gave like volume 2 like an 11 out of 10. This is like a 13, dude. This was awesome. This was by far my favorite volume. I think the ending as a whole wasn't as good as volume 1. Still, I think the ending of volume 1 has still by far been the best ending. The ending of volume 2, I understand, has like a lot more societal and like larger world connotations. But the ending of volume 3 was interesting. It was like, now we're really getting to see how big of a world Klein is now stepping into, because now he's right on the cusp of the domain of the gods, or the domain of the demigods at the very least, right? So now he's really walking where like originally it was like, okay, it was a sequence 8 fighting like 7s and 6s, which they were like really strong. But Klein could, make up for the strength in like preparation and like this and that. But now he really can't. The difference between a demigod and a strong beyonder is a chasm that's impossible to bridge with any amount of preparation or anything else. Unless he has a demigod helping him too, all he can do is like scurry away like a rat. Like he doesn't have he's not trying to fight. He's not trying to do shit. He's gonna get a demigod to help him and run away. That's it. It's like really. Do you think someone might find out about Klein's family and use them against him? I don't think so, Pushkar, because I feel like at this point Klein is so far from who he used to be. I don't know how anyone would find out. Did you understand the meaning of the name? Like, I mean, beyond the obvious, like, traveler and, like, yeah, like, Klein was a traveler. I book over his head while running through a war zone. Yeah, exactly. Like, he's just... this volume doesn't have many sacrifices. Do you think Cuttlefish loosens up first? I think we're gonna see some fucking people die, Nightwalker. I think we're gonna see some peeps die. I think we're gonna see some people we love die real fucking soon, okay? I think Cuttlefish can't let us be happy for too long, okay? Like, everyone we basically liked is safe. No one we really liked died during this volume. Like, yeah, the Grozel's travel stuff was sad, don't get me wrong, but like it wasn't like, oh my god. No, we don't have any of that. Let's check out the artwork really quickly. Then we'll do the author notes. And then we will... yes. I did change your title. Samuel, so I did change your title. You are now officially a high sequencer on the Discord. I will eventually just have it do it by itself. It's the Journey of the Lone Soldier's Ashes. Oh, he's the traveler. Oh, I see. Okay. So we'll do this first, and then we'll do the author notes, and then if we're up for it, we will Do you want to know the name of volume 4? It'll be in the author notes, right? I assume. If it's in the author notes, feel free to tell me now. If it's not in the author notes, obviously don't tell me, but it should be there, I assume. Yes, I did add the Susie one. I thought that was really cute. We can change it, but I thought that was really cute. If not, tell people to censor it. I think it should be there. God, this looks like a stereotypical pirate, though. Holy shit. This might be the most piratey pirate we've ever seen. This is crazy. This is like if you ask ChatGPT with no definition or whatever, you just say like, hey, make me a photo of a pirate from the 1800s. This is what it would draw. I'm reading volume 4. It is indeed peak. All right, that is good to know, Amnesiac. Or no, that's good to know, Queen. Sorry, sorry, I was mixing up two messages there. You're fucking dead, bitch. Get fucked. The necklace couldn't save you for too long. Yeah, he does not have a lot of artwork, but hey, you don't deserve it either, you dumb bitch. Get out of here. Traveler. Wow, that is really cool. Shiver me timbers. Volume 4 is way better than Volume 2 despite being slightly boring. Okay, well that's good because I liked Volume 2. If by boring you mean there's not a lot of fights, but there's like a lot of lore drops and stuff, I'm totally okay with that. I got no qualms with that. You know, I love lore, so like that's all good with me. If it can help me hopefully clear up a little bit of the 4,000 questions I have, this would be great. This is confusing. Yeah, more lore drops based. Okay, cool. What the fuck is happening? For reference, Dr. Z's least favorite volume is volume 3. Oh, okay. Don't trust her. Wait, Dr. Z, is volume 3 your least favorite? My mom is... Wait, DSV, you have your mom reading Lord of the Mysteries? It's just following volume 3 that is full of fights. It can seem boring. That's fair. Okay, that's fair. Like you're coming off this really high octane stuff. So, really? Okay. That's interesting, Dr. Z. I mean, again, different tastes. I get that like a different person can extract different things from the same reading material. That's totally okay. I made her read in French. She's loving it so far. That's awesome. Okay, that's awesome, DSV. This is really cool. This is so much is happening though. I mean, volume 3 feels disconnected. Yeah, but I think that's by design, no? Klein is disconnected. Death knell and Jesus Christ, that is a long revolver, a sealed artifact that gives the users to attack any weakness of their opponent and deliver a fatal blow. It's meant to be. It's happening on this. Yeah, exactly. Like a puzzle piece that's not as polished as it should be. That's That's interesting. This is very cartoonish. I like it. This is cute. The tarot card gathering happening in volume 4 is awesome. Okay, that's cool. The tarot card gatherings are my favorite stuff in general anyway. Like I enjoy those the most. Traveler. So, Gearman, Miss Messenger, the other Demigod from the Rose School of Thought, Alder, of course, Kat, Leia, Edwina, Danitz, Anderson. You escaped the 500 million Gearman arts. I know, we're finally done, baby. We got through it. Let's go. Gearman and Frank Lee. Frank Lee with the mushrooms, I assume? I never reread Lord of the Mysteries except to read the Tarot Club chapters. That's so cute. Yeah. I'm probably going to reread it, but not like all of it. I'm probably going to reread through a bunch of it just as I'm like making videos and stuff. I'll have to like pop by to grab like bits of information and stuff. Oh, wow. This is the same artist who did the Faceless one, right? I remember. Oh, this is so cool. Or wait, Volume 2 was Faceless? Yes. Yes. Clown, Faceless, Traveler, I think. You buying the physical books when it comes out? Maybe. Nightwalker, don't you goddamn dare. Okay, I don't want to read it. Okay, ever. God damn it. I've reread it 3 times, and now with Easy and Wiz, it's my 4th. Just in time for the Don't Want to refresh my memories. That's awesome. I'm being both like an egg. So much is happening. So the snake, I think, is probably the Snake of Mercury. I might buy them. I don't know. I mean, once I start working again, I'll have nothing but disposable income. I don't really give a fuck. I'll buy them. You know, whatever. I live at home. I don't have any expenses. I mean, until you guys force me to do like a Audrey or Floors or Sharon cosplay, and then I get kicked out of the house, and then I have nothing but expenses, and I can't afford it. But that's a separate issue. Okay, we deal with that later. Who the is this? Is this Danitz? Who is this? I don't know. This is really cool though. This is really cool. Only sad thing is it's not much. There's not much Aurora. Yeah, that's the only sad thing, of course, Romero. Yeah. Every journey has its destination. Wow, that's really good. Wait, do you guys want to do this at the bottom now instead of this one? Do you guys want to replace this with this? This is really cool too. What? No, Pushkar. What we can do is Dragon Cool? Okay, hold on. We'll just do a poll really quickly. I think polls will just be easier than me getting everyone to send out their fucking thoughts. Photo. Traveler. Dragon. Okay, poll. Hey, Demoness was a man at one point. Just cosplay at Sequence 8 Demon. True. Samo, my fucking goat, dude. What's the dragon photo is the one that's currently on Mikhail. So like this one. This is beautiful, dude. Aw. Poor guy. Poor guy. This guy made another one like it at the end of volume 2 as well. This is awesome. Osat art is, dude, this is like, wait, is this like a particular guy who does like really good artwork? Is this just like is this a person? Or it might be like a girl, obviously. I don't mean like I like the dragon much better. Yeah, just vote in the thing. We'll just go with whatever we'll just be. Osat has done many great arts. Oh, that's awesome, dude. This is awesome too. Yeah, there was a guy. This guy did a one for volume 2 ending 2. I remember that one too, where like Klein was using his flame powers. Like his flames look very similar. I think it's the same artist. I think so. Anyway, it seems like the same artist. They're very similar styles, if not. Klein, Alger, who I'm gonna assume is Catlea? I don't know who that is. Maybe Catlea? Danitz Anderson? Marionettist, very cute. Who is this? Who is this guy on the other side? The small puppet as Admiral of Blood, is that... What's the result of the vote? Oh yes, we'll stop that now. Okay, the vote was for 3 minutes. It's the traveler photo. So I'll switch that. Okay, cool. Oh, that's Klein. Oh, I see. Is Klein? Oh, I see. Okay, and then Miss Messenger in the back. Fuck me, dude. Miss Messenger and Miss Bodyguard just get me confused as fuck. Let's go to author notes. I want to see your reaction after reading the names of volume 4. Okay, sounds good. Let me just quickly get through. What are you guys doing to me with this? What is this? Gehrman, Cat Leia, Edwina. I don't even know who the fuck this is. Who is this? I mean, nice art, but I mean, Dwayne Dantes. Oh, he looks very mature. Whoa, this is way more mature than I would have expected Klein to go. Interesting. Tracy? Wait, it doesn't reveal the name of volume 4? What? I don't get to know? Thank you. I don't know who sent Kna, thank you. Wait, what? His design inspired from Don. Oh, I actually see that. Tracy? Oh, okay. That is a mature gentleman. Good lord. Would not have expected Klein to be like this. Okay, this is definitely not what he looks like, but this looks really cool. Wait, now that I think about it, didn't it say he has a beard? Where's his beard? Am I losing it? I feel like it said beard, no? Just do. No, wait, I don't think he has a beard. Never mind. The present time is a middle-aged man, more than black hair. No, he doesn't have a beard. Never mind. I apologize. Sorry, I thought he has a beard. Never mind. Jesus, Gehrman looks out of his... Why? I love how he's so out of his fucking mind he doesn't even have pupils. Jesus. He's literally just shitting money at this point. Money. Out the back, money everywhere. The second illustration of the Chinese collector volume. Traveler. Oh, that is so cool. I don't understand what the fuck's going on, mind you, but it's so cool. This makes me think Lord of Storm with the lightning and stuff, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. This is so cool. Whoa. Oh, that looks awesome. Wait, are all the books coming out, or what's happening? Like, are they coming out like bit by bit, or I love this one, dude. I've seen this one before, but like this is awesome. I love this artwork. Okay. Volume 3 author 3. Volume 3 author notes. Wait, I don't get to know Oh, those are Chinese cover. Oh, I see. Okay. Another OSOT art? Oh, nice. Okay. Wait, seriously, I don't get to know the name of volume 4. Do I not get to know until the end of volume 4? When do I get to find out? What is happening? Wait, this is so... Wait, why is this like this? Why doesn't high sequencers show up in here? What is happening? Romero, do you know how to fix this? End? You're kidding. Stop. Why doesn't it show up here? What the fuck? And for that note, why doesn't Romero's thing show up by itself too? What the fuck? Interesting. I don't know. Romero, please take a look. Love you. Love you, dude. Thank you. Okay. Still, no change. However, apart from the rest at the end of this section, the rest of the time has been kept stable, updated, which is worth of praise myself. Well, let's say the mystery itself, the third, Traveler, has been written for almost 10 days, and the plot has been progressing slowly. And the plot has been this is actually the effect I want to achieve. Klein broke away from the monster room and entered the ocean where there was not so many bosses. So he doesn't always stay alert and dangerous all the time. He doesn't need to be so depressed anymore, and the rhythm will be relatively slow. Do you need to do it? Go to my role and make it separate display. Oh, sounds good, Ramiro. I'll do that. Okay. With the title of Traveler, I just hope to show you the local customs, interesting folk customs, extraordinary creatures, and the more sequenced performances in different parts of the mysterious world. Sorry, actually, is this really small? Oh, you guys probably can't read this, right? Hold on. Because this you guys can just read with me. So let's just make it a little bit bigger. Hopefully that's a little bit better. Let me know if it's still really small or something. So as to make the world fuller and more real. Of course, there will be certain conflicts in the plot. There will be dangers and excitement, but they will not be so dense. They will be reasonably distributed in Klein to look for the mermaids. During the journey of the Faceless, the cooperation and conflicts of the 7 pirate admirals and the 4 pirate kings, and this legend of the treasure that will also be embedded in such experiences like pearls. In short, the name of Gehrman Sparrow will be spread on the sea. I have a feeling now Klein is going to be gone from... Gehrman is going to be gone from the sea for long enough that by the time the Gehrman identity has to come back because he has to head out to sea or whatever, which is definitely going to happen, it's going to be like a callback to One Piece after the time skip where the Straw Hats like show up on Sabaody, I think it is, and there's like a fake Straw Hat pirate crew already there. So like Klein's gonna run into like another fake Gehrman when he comes back, and who's like walking around like, oh, I'm Gehrman, oh, I'm such a strong adventurer, and Klein's just gonna be like, who the fuck is this guy? Because we've already seen that like the Cuttlefish loves his One Piece references, so I feel like that'd be a really cool callback that he would probably do. In fact, it's the most difficult to write a plain and soothing plot. It's necessary to consider the rhythm before and after. It's necessary to ensure that it's interesting, not boring, and not lacking. Recently, my typewriting speed has been slow a lot. My typewriting? I assume this is like a mistranslation from typing. I assume he's not writing this bitch on a typewriter. Jesus. Plus, exercise 3 times a week. I really have no ability to add more in a short time. True, King. You know what, King? You take your time. Don't even worry about it, okay? I mean, it's already done now, so I can say whatever. Finally, the new month is coming. Please encourage me to write the 3rd volume better and better. In fact, I have no interest in the competition. A small part of it is my laziness. Most of it is my love for everyone's money. Yeah, he just drew Klein. He just made Klein after himself. No one's money comes from a strong wind. Reading the books, collecting some monthly tickets, and votes for them. Well, no more money needs to be wasted. Only when I have enough spare capacity can I consider the reward. I don't want to burden the book lovers who like me to support me. Isn't it better for everyone to read quietly and happily? If one day I won the 1st place in the competition, I hope that because we have a lot of good people, we have a deep foundation. We eat hot pot, sing songs, and take the 1st place easily. Well, dreams are still needed, right? As for such dreams, I must write better and better and never be satisfied. I will always challenge. I think a better translation would be I will always push on, something like that. Okay, then ask for a monthly ticket again. We do what we can. The main thing is to put it front. Well, today's update is still the same, 12:30 at noon, 7 at night. Okay. Dreams. I think of like dreams, right? I think the volume 4 title is going to be something about dreams. Like, and all the titles so far have been a sequence. So it could be like Dream Stealer, which is like from the Marauder pathway, maybe? I don't know any other sequences that have a name with Dream in it, so I don't know. I just know that one, Plague, so I'm gonna go, that'll be my guess, I guess. Or I guess really quickly we can just see if there's anything else that might speak to it better. Oh, what am I doing? Sleepless? Nah, that'd be silly. Which is it? This orange? Yes. Okay, great. Nightmare? I guess, but Nightmare wouldn't be a good... Wait, why is this green? What the fuck? Why is this green? What is happening? Am I having a stroke? Why is this green? It says it's orange. Why? Google Docs, what are you doing to me? Oh. Shut up. No. Stop, no, stop. Stop. No, stop. Oh god, I'm actually an unk. Oh god. Oh no, stop. No, we can't do this. It's time for your nap, Grab. Shut the fuck up, Mikhail. Okay, hold on. Put the characteristics in the bag. Fuck you guys, bro. Fuck you guys. Oh my god, kill me. Devil hasn't been here the entire fucking time. Pops by for a Lamau. Fuck this guy, bro. Jesus Christ. Okay, quick divination. Quick divination for the boys. Okay. Okay. Go away. The name of Volume 4 of Lord of the Mysteries is Dream Stealer. Fuck! Piece of shit. I've been spectating the whole stream. Fuck you. Okay. No. I don't think I know sequence 4 of the Marauder pathway, Sam. I don't think so. Was it? Did I write it down up here and forgot to add it down here? We know Marauder 4? Wait, do I? Oh, Parasite. Yes, I do know the name. Never mind. Wait. I do know this. Wait, why is this not in here? You're right. Yes, I do know Parasite. Yes, maybe I added up top and then forgot to add it down here. Because we just added this, like Romero and I added this part relatively recently. So I don't, I don't have like it. Yeah, exactly. So I don't have it in my instincts to add it down there immediately. So, okay, that's why. Okay, that's why. No, DSV, I knew that was sequence 4. No, it was already on there. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Are you guys good if we, will there be a night stream? Yeah, I'm up for a Nightwalker, but the thing is, I also just don't know how long Easy's gonna stream for. If he pushes, if he does like a really long stream and tries to get to the ending of Volume 3 or whatever, then I'll probably just give you guys a break and we won't do a night stream. But like, I'm totally up for it. Are you guys okay if we go for like another chapter or two? Like, just to see what the starting of Volume 4 feels like? Are you guys okay with that? Yeah, sequence 4 was known. Yeah, DSV. No spoilers there. We're good. 7:33, The Return. Let's go. Get to 7:34, please. Yeah, we can do 2 more chapters. Yeah, I think Easy streams in like 2 hours or something, DSV, I think. Something approximating. I don't know. I might have the number wrong. I thought someone said he has a stream scheduled. No? Did I make this up? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, he has a stream scheduled for 3 hours from now, guys. I don't know why I'm telling his mods this, but, you know, I'm just that much of a goat, really. Okay. Okay. We'll do 2 more chapters. We'll get to 7:34, as someone said. I mean, I already have 7:34 in the title anyway, because I thought that's how long the Volume 3 was anyway. So we'll do that. Give me 2 seconds. I am just gonna run to the washroom really quickly. Then we'll do the last 2 chapters, and we'll get done. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right, we're back. Oh wait, actually, hold on. I'm gonna be here, but since we already did the thing, the vote, let me just switch this to the traveler one really quickly. Hold on. Let's switch the photo. Give me a second. Where are we? Okay, I think that looks decent. Maybe the positioning will change a little bit. Maybe we'll turn this down here, extend this from the bottom here, maybe a little bit. Or no, I feel like Gehrman's head is important to show up. We'll do that. I think that looks pretty decent. Let me know if you think I should move that up or down a little bit. But okay, we'll leave that there for now. All right, let's go. 7:34. 33. The return of the Lord of Backland. The gracious ruler above the grey fog. The ruler of the spirit world. I'm just giving him titles. The king of the Andals and the Roynar and the Seven Kingdoms. Breaker of chains, mother of dragons. Under the persistent rain, mingled with the thin fog and the rows of street lamps, tried their hardest to shine through the mist. The occasional horse carriage that proceeded down the streets was a common evening sight in Backland. Lord of the Grey Fog is here. Hide your monies. He's coming. Apart from these, Klein noticed a few gratifying changes while standing behind the window. A crisp sound echoed in the air as a two-wheeled mechanism device rushed down the side of the street to the other end of the street. Its frame was black in color, with some parts revealing grayish-white silver. Under the illumination of the street lamps and the rain, it sparkled with the beauty of metal. Some space empty between the pictures and the cards. Fix it? Wait, is there? What? Oh, yes it is. What the fuck? What is that? Oh, you can just do that. Okay, no problem. Oh, that's fine. Oh, yes, you're right. That is. On this device sat an Under the illumination of the street lamp and the rain, it sparkled with the beauty of metal. On this device sat a man dressed in a postman's uniform. He kept pedaling his legs, apparently using a great deal of strength. Behind him was a wooden box that had been painted in green. It had been promoted very well. The white-shirted, black-vested, mature-looking Klein sighed inwardly when he saw this scene. In a few hours within his return to Backland, he had noticed many similar mechanical devices. They were none other than the bicycles he had promoted and invested in. From the newspapers, Klein knew that the Backland Bike Company had done tons of advertisements. It even held a bicycle competition in boroughs like Cherwood and Backland Bridge so as to garner the attention of others. Apart from that, they also actively promoted it to the government departments such as the Postal Service and the Police Department. The results were said to be pretty good. Their pricing strategy followed Klein's original suggestion, avoiding the middle-upper class who often used horse carriages, and instead aimed their target audience at those with weekly salaries of £1 10 solai and above, such as technical workers, students with a decent family background, and clerical employees that often needed to travel. Therefore, a bike worth £3 to £5 was affordable for people in this demographic if they bit the bullet a little. At the same time, they could flaunt it to the masses who had incomes that were lower than them. The current issue is that it often rains in Backland. It's difficult to hold an umbrella while riding a bicycle. The next step should be a raincoat. Klein retracted his gaze, shook his head, and chuckled. The place he stayed at was a high-end hotel in the Hillston borough. It cost him 10 solai a night, making him feel quite a pinch. Bro, 10 solai and he feels the pinch? I don't understand how Klein is so stingy. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. However, to match his persona, all he could do was bite the bullet. His idea of Dwayne Dantas was that he was a believer of the Evernight Goddess and a mysterious tycoon that came from the Desi Bay. He sold his original land and mines, planning to seek out brand new opportunities in Backland. He had a certain level of interest in obtaining an aristocratic title, but he didn't have the abundant wealth to do so. He had to first expand his social circles and began making some investments. Oh, we're still going? Yes, Queen. We'll go for 2 more chapters. I just want to get the lay of the land of Volume 4, see what it's going to look like, and then we'll go, okay? And then I'm going to go, rather. Yeah. Fuck, I think I don't think I have my pinging turned off on Discord. It's gonna bother the fuck out of you guys. Give me a second. Fuck, I really should just go on Do Not Disturb mode. But I'm not going to. Get fucked. Okay. I sent a funny vid at the end of Volume 3 in artwork. Alright, sounds good, Romero. We'll check it out after. He's Bruce Wayneing it, true. He had a certain level of interest in obtaining an aristocratic title, but didn't have the abundant wealth to do so. He first had to expand his social circle and begin making some investments. The benefit of this identity was that it was clearly different from the characters Klein had previously acted as. Now he needs to adopt a child to help him. Adopt Ian! True, Samuel, you're so smart, bro. Adopt Ian, oh my god. Will Osefton. I don't think we can get Will to agree. It allowed him to naturally interact with people from the middle upper class, especially members from the Military Officers Club and the Backland Diocese Bishop of the Church of the Evernight. It made it convenient for Klein to continue his investigations into the Great Smog of Backland while gathering intel before he made plans to steal the indigenous family notebook. There were obvious disadvantages as well, such as a mysterious tycoon would definitely catch the notice of the Nighthawks and the Punishers, so there was a certain level of background checks he would have to undergo. How would you adopt a kid with parents? Sensational? You kill the parents, of course. Obvious. Get it together, devil. God, keep up with the conversation. According to Klein's experience, such an investigation would be done by the official Beyonder organizations under the premise that nothing important had happened. It could also be handed over to the police departments, but, in summary, not too much effort would be put into it. It would be considered a routine check. You know what, let me quickly put on, I'm feeling Witcher 3 music now, hold on. In fairness, I'm always feeling Witcher 3 music, so, you know, take that with a grain of salt, but still. Oh, let's do this. Therefore, Klein, who was considered quite an expert at disguise, had prepared a second layer to his identity as Dwayne Dantas to his designs, so as to deal with the background inspection. This second layer to his identity was that Dwayne Dantas was a person who had adventured in the southern continent's east and west Balam for some particular reason. He had used a nickname. He spent more than 10 years in that rather dangerous land filled with opportunity to amass a great deal of wealth. Since the origin of his wealth wasn't overboard, he had secretly returned to Desi Bay and forged a new identity. He had planned on beginning a new life in Backland and gradually legitimize his wealth. It wasn't rare to see such people alone. Their stories were acceptable and imaginable for investigations. For this identity layer, Klein had left some inconspicuous clues in Conant City so as to indirectly reveal the truth. Kidnap them all? You don't want to turn Klein into the Joker? No. But what we do want is to turn Ian into the Red Hood, for which Klein does need to be the Joker and needs to kidnap them and torture him a little bit. Not a little bit, a lot actually. And then make him into the Red Hood, and now we're really cooking. These clues included, but were not limited to, the stops of his scalp tickets from East Balam to Conant City, habits as a result of living in the southern continent for extended periods of time, as well as his wealth of unknown origins. Dwayne and his Audrey. True. Klein believed that as long as Dwayne Dantas didn't involve himself in any serious Beyonder matters, preparations such as this were enough to fool most routine background inspections. And if he encountered an extremely dedicated Beyonder who investigated all the way and was even willing to seek the help of colleagues from the southern continent, then Dwayne Dantas had a third identity layer. It was that he was a cheat who had anti-divination measures to a degree. He disguised himself as a mysterious tycoon and spent large amounts of money in investment for this final scam. This identity was enough for Dwayne to get arrested, but the level of attention on him wouldn't be too great. This allowed Klein to exit the stage without much trouble. Compared to my first time in Backland, the creation of 3 layered identities shows how much I've matured. Klein walked to the middle of the room as he cast his gaze on a full-body mirror in the corner. His reflection had black hair and some strands of grey hair. His eyes were deep, but his experiences had left indelible marks on his face. He was a charming, middle-aged man with a mature bearing. The design of Dwayne Dantas' identity wasn't difficult for the present Klein. However, stealing the indigenous family notebook from behind St. Samuel's Cathedral was practically impossible for any external Beyonders. Even a king of angels couldn't guarantee success. You think a king of angel couldn't guarantee success? Doubt it. Of course, unlike other Beyonders, Klein had two advantages. First, he was a Nighthawk. He had a good understanding of their internal procedures. He knew which matters he could exploit. Therefore, the first solution he eliminated was to become a particular Nighthawk, infiltrate it, and find a chance to pass through Chanis Gate. Bro, Klein's first fake identity was a beard. True, Klein's first fake identity was... Alright, I look a little different and I have a beard now. I put on glasses that I didn't used to have before. He had the Clark Kent identity. I have glasses, no one will realize it's me. There was a problem that existed in this. Nighthawks weren't able to randomly enter Chanis Gate. Even for captains and deacons, something had to happen before they received the authority. Furthermore, Chanis Gate had keepers inside. Randomly entering or taking things would result in an attack on him, causing a battle to break out. Klein didn't wish for his theft to result in any death or injuries to any members of the Evernight Church. After careful consideration, he placed his sights on the keepers. These elders were retired Nighthawks who volunteered to enter Chanis Gate. They were in charge of watching the sealed artifacts, and they were from a different department from the Nighthawks. They entered and exited using underground passages through the cathedral. They never interfered with the Nighthawks' work, nor would they be disturbed by the Nighthawks. Perhaps a result of staying behind Chanis Gate for extended periods of time, these keepers all had certain traits. They had cold auras and deadpan expressions. Their skin was pale and they resembled monsters from the deep darkness on the border of life and death. Klein believed that it wasn't difficult for him to locate his target if he met one. Ince stole a sequence 5. Ince was a sequence 5 and stole a bloody grade 0, let alone a mere grade 1. True, FQ. If Ince can do it, this is a test. Is Klein as smart as Ince? Ince had a sequence 0 artifact. Oh, I think Samo, I think FQ. Oh, I see. You're referring to the quill. I was thinking more about the Saint Selena's ashes. Now, Klein is in the same position, really, that Ince was in Volume 1. Hear me out, okay? The parallels are great. Ince was a sequence 5, Klein's a sequence 5. Ince was a bishop, yes, higher ranked than Klein, sure. Klein was a member of the Nighthawks, okay? Both have some experience. Ince had a sequence, grade 0 sealed artifact, the quill. Klein has the Grey Fog, which can counteract the quill, so also probably a grade 0 artifact. They're really comparable. Kind of. Saint Selena was not a grade 0. There was no way they would leave a grade... Okay, maybe Saint Selena's ashes are grade 1. Okay? So is the Indigenous Family Notebook, right? I feel like you could do it. Bro, Intingent Cathedral versus Capital. This is a harder church, bro? Well, so what, brother? A bad workman always blames his tools, okay? If we're gonna commit a robbery, we commit a robbery. You commit a robbery from Walmart, I commit one from the Louvre. It's all the same, okay? A robbery is a robbery. That's all I'm saying. Would Klein switch pathways? Wait, what? Why do you think so, Pushkar? Did Ince switch pathways? His initial plan was to rent a place in the North Borough near St. Samuel Cathedral. He would hire a butler, a valet, a maidservant, a gardener, a chef, and a carriage driver as a front as a tycoon. Wait, did he? What was he of the... What pathway was he originally? Was he of the death pathway? Oh. Ince switched from corpse collector to sleepless? Oh, interesting. Oh, I did not know that. I mean, maybe I knew that, but I didn't recall it, rather. Convenience store versus U.S. Treasury? Okay, hardly fair, Romero. If we want to say, like, local bank versus U.S. Treasury, fine, we can say that. Convenience store is a bit much, dog. You have such logical theories and say the most unhinged things. At the end of Volume 1, you were saying it's fine to kill everyone if it meant... Dude, I still agree with that, bro. FQ, he killed Captain Dunn, okay? I don't care if you have to kill everyone. I don't care if you have to level back. Dude, I would glass all of Backland if Ince was there and he died too. Do you understand? I don't care. Kill him. I don't care what it takes. Kill him. I will say it again. I don't care. Fuck that guy, bro. All my homies hate Ince, okay? Then he would often head to the cathedral to pray piously, participate in mass, donate money, and familiarize himself with bishops and priests. Melissa and Benson, we get them out first. Okay, they're families. They're family. Everyone else, glass it. I don't care. His initial plan... no, I already read this. During this process, he would work hard to find suspected keepers. He would choose 1 or 2 or 3 targets to observe their habits. When the opportunity arose, he would imprison one of them, change into their appearance, or directly possess them, pass through Chanis Gate, and attempt to flip through or take the indigenous family notebook away. Even Leonard and Daly, the true creators of... What did you say? Audrey's there too? Sacrifices of war, brother. It is what it is. If we take down Inzongwell, it's worth it. Ince will get up to more shenaniganery than if I just take him down now, okay? If a city pays the price, it's real sad. I'm really sorry about it, okay? It sucks. But if I don't put him down right now, Ince is gonna do some real fucked shit later, okay? We gotta put him down. An attempt to flip through or take the indigenous family notebook. This was a very crude plan that was merely a train of thought. It needed to be perfected according to the intelligence Klein would acquire slowly. Ince was simply using Audrey's... Stop, I'm not. Okay, I'm not. For this matter, Klein's second advantage was the Tarot Club. He had assistants in the Church of the Evernight and the Nighthawks that the Nighthawks would never think of. For the greater good, actually. Bro, look above, look below whenever my content. I'm not ignoring you, bro. I read the Audrey comment. What do you want? Furthermore, he could consider extending the recruitment of a Backland Diocese Nighthawk or Keeper into the gathering. He could then complete the theft through this traitor, just like how Roselle was used to obtain the indigenous family notebook by Zaratul. Alright, see you, Nagito. Did you say by son? What the fuck? I've got to frequently head to the cathedral. Only by doing so can I find a target. It had to be said that he felt conflicted. If a true Nighthawk or Keeper were to betray the church to serve the fool, his first thought was to unleash divine punishment to get rid of this despicable traitor. What? Nagito is my son in chat lore? Okay. Is Nagito not older than you? When did we learn about Seer Sequence 2, by the way? That is a good point. Where did we learn this? Sequence 1. Where did we learn this from? Oh, Sequence 1. Isn't it the one we just learned by Zaratul from by Eridus, rather, about Zaratul? Miracle Invoker we also heard from Zaratul? He is older than me. Okay. Okay. 1 was by Eridus, 2 was by Roselle. After exhaling, he gave himself a self-deprecating laugh. He wore his double-breasted frock coat, hat, walked out of the room, and reached the streets. With an umbrella, he circled to another street. Taking advantage of the distant street lamp and the drizzle, he changed back into Sherlock Moriarty. Glancing at his wrinkled trousers, Klein stopped a carriage and planned on heading to Isengard Stanton's house in Hillston Borough. Half an hour later, the somewhat ancient and dark building appeared before Klein's eyes. He paid 2 solai for his ride as he walked steadily around the puddles amidst the drizzle that refracted the yellowish light of dusk before coming to the famous detective's doorstep. Is he going to tell Isengard who he is or no? Putting away his umbrella, he reached to ring out the doorbell and waited for a moment before seeing a man with a wide face open the door. Even the devil shudders when he sees this generation. No, the devil smiles when he sees this generation. He's like, oh, my strongest soldiers have arrived, truly. The man had a head of malt-colored hair, grayish-blue eyes, and high cheekbones. He had the traits of someone from Lenberg or Masson. Mr. Isengard Stanton's new assistant, someone from the Church of God of Knowledge? Klein took off his hat and said with a smile, "Good evening, is Mr. Isengard home?" "He is. He just had dinner after a busy day of work. May I know who you are?" Klein chortled and said, tell the good detective that a friend of his has returned from his vacation." The young man was taken aback as he blurted out, "Mr. Moriarty?" Wait, oh, he is. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I'm actually deleting Milos's message. Even though what you said is true, Milos, I don't want that in my chat. Okay, that's disgusting. Not much. I think you were around for the ending of volume. Yeah, you missed 733. Yeah, you just missed the start. You just missed the first chapter. Not much happened really. We just got to know about the identity and stuff. Now we just arrived at Isengard's house. You actually know me? That means that Mr. Stanton often mentions me as a friend, or does it mean that the church knows that I was embroiled in the great smog of Backland? Klein smiled. Yes, I'm Sherlock Moriarty. The grayish-blue eyed lad immediately gave way as he warmly gestured in. Mr. Stanton has been worried about you all this time. He was afraid that you met with trouble. He can now be at peace. Klein handed him his umbrella as he took off his hat and coat while walking in. At this moment, Isengard, who had sent something, put down his paper and pipe and to take a look. "Oh, Sherlock, you're finally back. It has been so long, my friend." Isengard revealed a smile as he came over with welcoming arms in an attempt to give a greeting hug. Klein wasn't used to such a custom, so he forced himself to reciprocate it with a smile. "Mr. Stanton, this isn't something a believer of wisdom would do." The bishops and priests of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom had their pride, but they seldom gave greeting hugs. But in fact, apart from the boorish Faesac Empire and the liberal Intis Kingdom, such a manner of etiquette was rare in other kingdoms and regions. It only happened among very familiar friends. Isengard took 2 steps back and chuckled. "No, Sherlock, we've never been stingy with respect and friendliness towards intelligent friends. In my heart, you're one of the top 5 detectives in all of Backland." "I like that," Klein smiled inwardly as he retorted. "So you're one of the top 3 detectives?" Klein just retorted. To be praised as having true wisdom by a sequence 7 of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was delighting. "I wish that you share the same thought as myself," Isengard replied. He then invited him to the sofa. He leaned back into his reclining chair and picked up his pipe. "Oh, I'm very glad that nothing has happened to you. You seem fine in both body and mind. How was it? How was Desi Bay?" "In fact, I didn't go to Desi Bay. I ended up going to Constant. I was previously embroiled in some trouble in Backland, so I could only find a place to hide." Sherlock was a person from Midseashire who had a slight accent. It was very normal to return to his hometown after causing trouble. Constant was the Midseashire's capital. "I know," Isengard replied heavily. "In short, welcome back to Backland. Come to me if you ever need any help." He didn't inquire about the trouble which Sherlock had involved himself in. Klein didn't stand on ceremony as he said, "The purpose of my visit was first, because it's really been a while since we last met, and second, I wish that you can sell my shares in the Backland Bike Company on my behalf. All the documents are in place, so there's no need for you to carry out any other procedures." He had to act in order to act as a mysterious tycoon and to pay Miss Messenger's 10,000 gold coins. Not only did he plan on selling items he had little use for, but he also planned on letting go of the last 10% of the Backland Bike shares. After all, Sherlock wasn't to appear for a long time. "Are you really gonna sell it?" Isengard said. "Although I've never been a businessman, I can tell the bike is a product of great value that can be promoted on a large scale. Its commercial future is like the newly risen sun and has yet to reach its limits. You'll be losing a lot of money by selling now. That's why a buyer will be willing to raise the price significantly because of this value. I believe the person who can tell the value of the bike and its futures aren't in the minority. Mr. Framus and Leopard are definitely unwilling to reduce any part of their holdings at this stage. There shouldn't be a problem selling my 10% shares at twice or thrice the normal price. Isengard, the price of the shares isn't about the present, but about the future. What lie were you told as a child that you believed for the longest time?" That's a good question, Prashkar. I don't actually know. I'd have to think about it. I will get back to you on the next stream, okay? I'll keep that in mind. That's a really good question. I don't actually know. I'd have to think about it. I feel like in general, my parents were really honest with me. So I think it's been really honest with me. My parents have been really honest with me generally, so I don't feel like I have a lot that come to mind, but I'm sure there were lies for sure. I just gotta, it's gonna take me some time, but I'll think about it. I'll let you know. "I'm proud of you." Fuck you. They never told me that. No, I don't have to worry about that. They haven't said that. Dude, I graduated and the words of my parents were, "Well, that's done now. That's good." I was like, okay, I guess. So no, I've never heard that in my life. "The pricing of shares isn't about the present, but about the future." Isengard softly repeated Klein's words, and after a moment he sighed. "Sherlock, perhaps you should be involved in the business world. However, there will always be many accidents present. To dare to take risks is equivalent to chivalry in business. Oh well. I admit, I've recently been in dire needs of large sums of cash," Klein replied. "Well, you've convinced me. I will especially hire a lawyer, an accountant to confirm the market value of the shares. Then I'll add an estimated profit and sell that 10% of yours. The corresponding fees and taxes will be deducted from the amount received. Oh, how should I contact you? It seems like your rental agreement for the Minsk Street house has relapsed. You can post news on the Tussock Times, Backland Daily Tribune, and other newspapers about the sale of the shares to make more people know. Only when there's competition would better prices be reached through negotiation. When it's sold, you can publish a notice to indicate that the deal has been closed and further inquiries won't be entertained. When I see that notice, I'll come visit you." It's too long. He might have forgotten about that. What did I forget about? Nightwalker. I've not been lied to, but there were things I carried for years, including the one that shattered. Isengard was no stranger communicating over published notices in the newspaper. He nodded. "No problem. Of course, all expenses will be deducted from the final sum received." With the main goal accomplished, Klein stood up and reached out his hand. "Thank you for your help, Isengard. I need to leave, but we can talk in the future." Isengard didn't hold him as he went straight for the door. Klein circled to a nearby street and took the carriage to the Braveheart Bar. He planned on re-establishing all the news and resource channels which Sherlock previously had. After entering the noisy bar, he didn't head for the bar counter. Instead, he circled around to the boxing ring in preparation to leave, so that he could wait for Miss Sharon to appear on the carriage outside. At this moment, the door to the billiard room creaked open, and Ian, with an old coat, walked out. His red eyes did a cursory sweep, and he noticed a familiar figure. "Good evening, sir. Is there anything I can help with?" Not for now. I'm only here to visit an old friend. As he spoke, he noticed the papers in Ian's hand was news at sea. On it was a striking headline, shocking, crazy adventurer meet a fugitive. Crazy adventurer? Klein instinctively believed that it had nothing to do with him. Ian noticed his gaze and raised the newspaper. This is one of the rare up-to-date reports from News at Sea because bounties have already appeared in place. This crazy adventurer, Gehrman, plotted to bring harm to the City of Generosity and has been promoted to a member of a cult. Oh no! Oh, the Gehrman persona is so burnt. Oh, that's so cooked. In this incident, thanks to the Church of Storm and the military, no one from Bayam was injured, but the Admiral of Blood Senor, who was involved in the matter, vanished as a result. It's suspected he was killed by Gehrman. Guess how much of a bounty they're offering for Gehrman? £50,000. It has exceeded Admiral of Bloods and has almost reached the Admiral of Hells. Oh, Klein's heart stirred. He calmed the palpitations in his heart as he replied, he did too much. Actually, yeah, bro, you're doing too much. Chill. I don't know why they offered a bounty for him, though. He killed someone with a bounty. What are you offering a bounty for him for? Unfortunately, few people can claim such a bounty. He pointed at the bar's entrance and said, I'll come to look for you again when I have the time. All right. Ian didn't ask further as he mentioned in passing, is Mr. White from the Harvest Church your friend? That's right. Wait, I'm so curious. How does Ian know this is Sherlock, though? I'm so curious. Like, I know that Miss Bodyguard can probably tell by looking at his spirit body or something, no problem. How does Ian know? He caused a damn demigod battle royale? Yeah, but how is that his fault? How do we know he did anything? After saying that, he squeezed through the crowd and pushed open the door to leave the bar. He probably looks like Sherlock. Oh wait, he looks back like Sherlock right now? Oh, I see, okay. After saying that, he squeezed through the crowd and pushed open the door to leave the bar. After getting onto a carriage... sounds good, Milosh. Klein cast his gaze outside, waiting for Miss Sharon's appearance. Oh, Miss Bodyguard, it's so good to have you back. Of course, he wasn't certain that she was here. Months had passed, so it was very possible that this lady and Merrick had switched their area of activity. Silently, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered as he turned to look out the window. On the glass, which could reflect the night's view, there was a young lady in a black bonnet and a gothic-styled black dress. Turning his head, Klein saw Miss Sharon sitting opposite him. Her pale blonde hair, blue eyes, and pale expression didn't seem any different from before. Good evening. Klein, who no longer needed to act as Gehrman, greeted first. Sharon got up a little and curtsied. Realizing that she might have read the news at sea, he was momentarily unable to find a moment for small talk as he cleared his throat and said, I killed Senor. Okay, Sharon nodded. Actually, best girl is here, dude. Wiz. Yes, this is actually my ship, though. Klein and Miss Bodyguard, for sure. I killed Senor. Okay. Sharon nodded slightly, indicating she was aware. Klein smiled as he continued. If Merrick still needs the beyonder characteristic of a wraith, he can wait and prepare the money needed. I'll sell Senor to him. Sharon didn't ask what replacement meant as she replied. After seeing that piece of news, he's been awaiting your return. Wait, they knew that Klein is Gehrman? How did they know? I also love Miss Bodyguard, Miss Messenger better though. Interesting. I don't know. Call me crazy. I like them to have a head. Call me crazy. Oh, they gave him the identity. Oh, yes. Klein got the identity through them. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Very good, Klein chuckled. He reached out for his collar and pulled out a silver necklace and said, Senor's lucky item. You should know about it, right? Sharon tersely answered, as she waited for Klein to continue. I plan to either sell this or the biological poison bottle. Would you or the people from your circle be interested? Klein took the initiative to ask. Okay. I think we're going to leave it there. We'll check out artwork really quickly and then we'll call it, okay? I would have been live for like 4 hours by that point, and I feel like that's pretty good. Any more and I'm really just, what's the right word? I'm courting death. I'm just starting to feel good, so let's not push it all the way to fucking oblivion if we don't have to, okay? Like, I feel good, my throat still doesn't hurt. Like, I could probably keep going more if I wanted to, but like, we'll end it here, okay? Oh, let's check out this. Let's check out this thing that Romero said. Oh, wait, hold on.
She aimed for my chest with love in her eye. Said she aimed for my chest with love in her eye.
Who was the one who knew this Episcopal? Who was Demigods from the Rose School of Thought, Aurora Order, Numinous Episcopate, Sea King, Yan Common, Angels, who Spear of the Dark. And Kierman. Shit in his ass. Lorena Tyne-Karen. This was like, this is like, oh god, I can't remember his name. The actor who plays House, I can't remember his name. I know his name, but I can't remember it offhand. But he was telling the story. He was like, I was on like a lion safari, and they said like, hey, if like a lion comes running at you, the only thing you can do that gives you a chance of staying alive is you have to reach back, grab some shit, and throw it at the lion's face. And Hugh Laurie goes, and the actor goes, but where do I get the shit from? And he goes, don't worry, it'll be there. I thought that was hilarious. I thought that was so good. No. You hopping on Minecraft? Yeah, we'll play Minecraft, Devil. I'm gonna log off for like an hour or two. But we still need to do some stuff around the house after the party, like a lot of cleanup and stuff that needs to be done. But I'll definitely be online today, sometime. Whenever I'm on, I'll jump on the voice chat, so I'll let you know. Oh god damn it, he has a bounty now. Oof, 50,000 pounds. He hasn't even killed anyone who didn't have a bounty. That's crazy. Don't push yourself. You can skip tonight and give your throat a rest. Nah, I feel good. I feel good, Nightwalker. Bro, I just responded. Why are you such a... Wait your turn. God, fucking child. This is cool. This is cool. You will learn why he has such a high bounty when you read about what happened to that place. Cool. Our boy is a proper powerhouse now. Well, hey, hopefully by the time he goes back, he's gonna be a demigod. He's gonna be like 50,000, 10x it, bro. Anything under 100 grand, we don't even get out of bed for. This looks cool. Very fuckboy-ish. This is nice too. I like this. See, he looks like a distinguished gentleman. This looks like a fuckboy who just never got out of that phase, despite the fact that he's 45. God, get it together. God, you should have like grown kids by now. Get yourself together. God, you're embarrassing yourself. See, this just looks like a distinguished gentleman. Like he has a daughter at home. He takes care of his family. Like no problem. This guy. You see this guy at the bar? You go, Jesus Christ. Hide your daughters. Hide your wife. They're fucking everybody out here. God. Embarrassing. This looks really nice too. Distinguished gentleman. You know, he went to work. He had a stressful day. That's where he's getting these gray hairs from. No problem. You know, he just looks like a good guy. Just like an overall good guy. This guy though, my God, he's a fucking vampire. Ugh, get him away from me. Hide every woman in a 5-mile radius. Actually, devil at 40. Dwayne, Dantas, and Wiz have the same uncle vibe. Anyone else thinks? Okay. Okay, why you gotta... See this? He looks disgusting here. He looks like an actual vampire. Get him out of here. Ew. Ugh. A vampire looking ass. This motherfucker. God. Looks great. Looks great. Vampire. Okay. That's it, y'all. We're gonna leave it there. We're gonna leave it. Yeah, we're gonna leave it there. Thanks, y'all. Thanks for another fantastic stream. We will see if we do a night stream today. I'll let y'all know. If Easy does like a really long stream, I might not, because he's starting at 6 p.m. my time. Normally, I would stream no later than 11, so that'd be 5 hours. So if he does like a 4 or 5 hour stream, I'll just give you guys the night. Fuck it, you guys just. And then we'll stream tomorrow. If he does like a shorter stream and he's done in like 3 hours or so, we will stream at night. Okay, that's it. All right, bye everyone. Have a great rest of your day or night. If someone is here and he is not, and they're not in the Discord, consider joining. Link in the description. And that's it, y'all. See you guys.